10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jonah will be secured, I think, by Peter. The what? From afar, the time. Ends up to his life and sees Triple G just faints in both.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. We are here for the final play day for week 1 of knockouts, and it's going to be a pretty exciting one here, folks, because we've got teams in Group A and C rearing to go to lock in their points for week 1, and for teams in Group B, all they can do is watch and figure out how our fate is going to be safe. Everything those points. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the wonderful Tash Bunny as we are going to continue with week 1's coverage here for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Tash, how are you feeling and what are you expecting for today's matches?
Number 1, my voice is still not here yet, but that's besides the point. Excuse me. Number 2, I'm really excited for today because today will be the determinant whether or not Group B or Group A, C or Group A is actually the one that's stronger than Group B. Because as we've seen throughout the entirety of this weekend, on Friday, Group A proved that they weren't exactly up to par when it comes in terms of power rankings compared to Group B. But Group C gave so much more challenge to Group B. Now when I talk about Group B, I'm talking about a few teams in particular. Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red are the 2 teams to watch out for right now. They are a team that has not very similar play styles, but similar in terms of aggression. One is a lot more bombastic, when one kind of like comes at you like a snake in the grass. Let's have a look right now.
Great. Now they are running Bevis. It's so awkward play around those walls, play with their healing, if necessary, try King of Indonesia.
Does happen. It's gonna be on it, going up as well as the blue zone. 30 HP, Carolina waste. Let's knock down. Do not fire World Series last year. Like low ground at a disadvantage right now. He still attack around making no noise. Damage done by both of the Indonesian team. The hero, the Jetman, booyah! What can he use for? Got a trade. Cypher's going aimless from the high stop side, just making it rain from above. And booyah! Very patient this time, and it comes off humongous for them. Okay, as I was saying earlier, power rankings from each group is very exciting. Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red are the teams to look out for. But enough for now, because let's talk a little bit about this tournament timeline. Now, we are currently in the knockout stage. We are currently in week number 1. And it's going to be going on for a few weeks. Now we have 6 whole weeks of this knockout stage. And in this knockout stage format, anything can happen, obviously. But because of how the format is made, basically to collect as many points as you you want each week, it's going to be hard when you let some teams go too far ahead. When the points mount up, you start to think, how exactly am I going to keep up with this momentum?
And you can also say, for the teams that are on the other end of the spectrum, if you don't get enough points for those first couple of weeks, it really sets you back and it could put you in that danger zone. And folks, remember, the danger zone for all these teams is 12th place or below, because that is the cutoff for knockouts. And you've got to make sure, if you want to make it to the next stage, you have to make it to top 12, which means 6 teams, unfortunately, will be eliminated after 6 weeks of play. So the stakes are high, and yes, we're just in week 1, but at the end of the day, every week matters, especially when you're aiming for this prize pool. As you can see, folks, we are looking at a really big prize pool for these teams. Now, for all of our 8, or our team, or for each team at the moment, they are guaranteed $3,000. But as you progress through the tournament, you will be guaranteeing yourself a higher tier of prize pool. So teams that do get knocked out during the knockout stage, they'll still walk home with $3,000. But if you do make it to the grand final weekend, that's going to be the big money, and you do want to be aiming for that one. And of course, we do have the MVP prize as well. $4,000 going to be going to the MVP player at the end of the entirety of the tournament. Now, obviously, we do need to talk about our point system. If you are new to the competitive world of Free Fire, how it works here is that you will get placement points depending on your placement in the matches. So if you get first place, aka a booyah, you're going to be taking home 12 points. Second place will get 9 points. Third will get 8. And as you go down in terms of placements, your points will also go down. And if you're unlucky enough to finish in the bottom 2, you will get no placement points at all. Now, there is a caveat here. Even if you may place bottom 2, if you get eliminations, or in other words, kills, each kill will equate to a point as well. And as we've seen so far in the tournament, teams that do aim for that very aggressive playstyle have been rewarded, especially if they're able to get those eliminations in those matches. And this is something I think some teams are going to have to start to explore, because we are seeing some of these teams become extremely aggressive, but there are some other teams out there, I feel they have the potential. They're just a little bit too passive for week number 1.
I don't think it's about passive. I think they're just still trying to find their footing on to how exactly to approach these teams. It's all about the counterplay, finding out which teams to stay away from early and which teams you want to fight. But enough about that, because right now let's talk a little bit about the tiebreakers. So how it's going to work, number of booyahs will determine who's on top, followed by the total eliminations, and finally for the last game that you're going to be playing in the 6th week, the survival rank you place on that particular game. Honestly, play as if it's going to be your last game ever, because it could determine whether or not you're going to make it to the top 12 or not. Now, speaking of the top 12, Emily, I think we had this conversation a few years ago, because I think we had like a prize pool for the league stage or knockout stage, and then there's also a prize pool for the grand finals eventually, correct? Mm-hmm. So I think back then, because the prizes weren't as big as it was now, a lot of teams were answering, okay, let's just get like top 12 and just call it a day. We don't have to really worry about getting first place and everything like that. But now with the incentives going extremely high with $100,000 on the line, I think that mindset's about to shift.
Now, speaking of mindsets, let's start taking a look at some of these teams. Now, firstly, Group B is not playing today. We are going to be exploring teams in Group A and C, and obviously we're going to be looking at EVOS Divine, CGG, Team Flash Expand, Indostars, and God of Wolf. Whereas for Group C, we have WAG, DY United Esports, Broram United Esports, Todak, Onyx, Olympus, and Attack All Round. So these are the 12 teams that are going to be competing in all of the matches to close out week number 1. And I think to quickly recap for people, if you didn't tune in to the matches on Friday and Saturday, at this point of time, your current leaders are all in Group B. So we're looking at Stalwart Esports, RRQ Kazu, as well as Reverse Red. These are your top 3 teams currently on the leaderboard. But the closest team to come in from Group A and C that could potentially steal that spotlight is none other than Broram United Esports in Group C. This team racked up over CGG as well, but I think Broram, they're the closest, right? Because they have scored over 100 points in their games yesterday, and I think Reverse Red was sitting on like 196 points somewhere along the lines. They didn't hit the 200 mark, so there's a good chance that we could be seeing someone else sitting in that first place for week number 1, Tash.
It's interesting because yesterday I started to get a feel of a lot of teams, and I think teams that really have to step up is going to be like WEG and Flash, because yes, they have their moments where they want to make things happen, but to me personally, it felt a little bit too passive. It felt like they needed to make more out of, and it needed to be a little bit more opportunistic. We saw moments where WEG wanted to, but they're just getting overwhelmed by so many different teams' firepowers. If they manage to overcome that and find their confidence, I think they would be able to just speed up to the top. Regardless, I'm really excited looking at Bermuda United. I'm really excited looking at Toda. They look really, really good coming into today. A team that's definitely, not only do they have like veterans on the team, but definitely I think in terms of like the decision making, in terms of taking higher risk, these are teams that are very, very okay with doing that, even though it doesn't come up with the, I would say, the expectations that they want it to be. Because for me, for week number 1, yes, things are not going to go to plan, obviously. You don't really understand what you want to expect to see from those teams. You don't really understand how your teams are going to be playing so many different games. But as you go, I mean, again, you have 6 weeks to work on yourselves. So on top of that, you have like 4 days really to really figure out what you want to do every single week. So even if you play dynamically, you change your playstyle every single week, you can really figure out what works and what doesn't work. Because yes, $100,000 is on the line, but perhaps the biggest idea right now is to make it into a point rush, because 6 slots is there for you guys to get into the Esports World Cup in Riyadh very soon.
Yeah, so lots of things on the line for these teams. I think another thing we kind of have to discuss as well is how are these teams going to fare up against each other? Because remember, this is a brand new grouping for these teams as well. They haven't played up against each other as of yet. They've all just played up against Group B. This is the first time that they are actually going to clash. And just very quickly recapping our schedule, it is exactly the same from our past 2 play days. We're going to kick things off with Bermuda first, followed by Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and then we are going to round out the day with the random map. No, if anyone's going to ask, we don't know what that random map is. It is actually random. We only find out right before the match kicks off. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking, Tash, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, who do you think in Group A and C, aside from C, Triple G and Buriram, like who else do you actually think is going to do really well in this grouping?
Group A and C?
Yes.
I think attack all around. I think we haven't seen them quite yet. They're very unlucky yesterday. We haven't seen them really show their aggression. I'm just waiting for them to pop off. I have my eyes on them and I want to really see more from them. On top of that, I really want to see more from Toda as well, given the fact that they do have Zen, I would say a veteran in the team. He's played for a long time. I think he could bring a lot of experience to the team as well, because it's not his first rodeo playing in the scene. We did see flashes of them yesterday. It's just the fact that they weren't really playing together. If they manage to overcome that disconnect when it comes to playing with each other and be really good when it comes to the double swings, to making sure that they can go for those nice trades, then I think we could really see them truly shine.
So just going off of your predictions, like, are we probably leaning a little bit more towards Group C here? Bit since we are sort of speaking quite a lot on these teams in Group C.
Oh, I forgot to mention one more team.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Indo Stars.
Okay, yes, I was actually quite surprised you did not mention Indo Stars.
Yeah, Indo Stars managed to get a booyah on day 1. They are a team who loves to play aggressive. Unfortunately, weren't able to really shine on day number 1. It felt like their momentum began to really shine toward the second half of the day on day 1, and then again they have to take a break yesterday, and now they have to start again. They find that momentum again today. And I would say that compared to Group B, Group C isn't as aggressive, despite having like Buriram United on there. So I think today might be the day we can finally see what we can really expect, or the true colors of Group A, in my opinion.
Maybe let these teams sort of come into their own, because competition days are very, very different to a regular practice day, a regular scrim day, a regular pub day. I think for some of these players as well, of course, we are looking at a lot of veterans in the scene, but we do have a couple of new players as well. And I'm kind of curious to know, how are the new players sort of settling into their teams, and how much assistance are they getting from their teammates as well? Because the experience for a new player and a veteran player, I would say old player, but I think some people might be a little offended, but the newer players, right, the environment definitely impacts your mental going into those games. You do feel a lot of nervousness, the adrenaline really, really kicks in, but then you compare some of the new players to the veterans, it's just another day in the office. I think that's probably the best way to put it. It's another day in the office. You don't really get those jitters anymore, and you're able to think much more rationally. So if you are running a team that does have one of the younger players, Tash, like, what do you sort of what kind of advice would you provide a player like that to keep them level-headed, especially in a competitive environment? Because these games matter as well. Like you don't mess around at the Free Fire World Series.
I think personally, it's just think about it like this. You can try your best in this game and learn from your mistakes in every single game and bring what you've learned to the next one. That's the most important one.
Drink your water. Drink your water. Keep chugging.
Sorry, it's really wet. It sounds like I'm feeling it. I feel it. Don't
What,
worry.
me?
Yeah.
Mine.
Gotcha.
Yes, mine is.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, first game of the day, we are going to go here to Bermuda. I love these vanilla maps because it's a map that I feel like everyone is very, very adept to playing. They know how exactly to navigate these maps. They know exactly where to go. And also on top of that, it's not like the biggest map in the world. Rotations are not going to be like the worst. Kind of like Kalahari or even Nexterra. But what makes this map really scary is because when everyone knows it, who's the best at it is going to be the issue. So yesterday we saw a lot from teams like Reverse Red, Stalwart Esports that really shone on this map, when it comes to their aggressive plays, when it comes to getting rewarded for their high risk, high rewards play. I'm projecting a slower style play today. Or rather, like Buram United day 2 yesterday. We saw the team really wanted to take it slow. They wanted to take their fights toward the middle game, toward the end of the game. But that didn't really happen, didn't it? Because it was like full throttle ahead because of the tempo put down by Reverse Red. Speaking of that, we already see aggression come through. AAA on the aggressive. It's a three-way fight. We see Toda already up against WAG as well. Indostar is already up against another team. And then it's almost like too many teams are dropping in the same drop spots because people can't tell where everyone's going to drop. Because again, the change in the groupings is making it hard for everyone to really figure out what the game plan is going to be.
It's always going to be game number one as well in those brand new groups. Like, you really don't know how these teams are going to be playing. So with all these knockdowns happening all over the map, teams are playing with a very, very spread out lineup at this point of time. Luckily for a tackle round, they will get a revive there onto Korok. So he's going to be all right. But Isa from God of Wolf not going to be too happy if Poongod does decide to go for the chase there. But yeah, we saw so many teams. I think it's been a three-way so far, Tash. 3 separate engagements happening all across the map. And we're going to continue as well because Indostars is going to be knocking down one of Todak's players. Poor Trap going to be eliminated right off the bat. And it's only been 2 minutes into the game. And the tackle round still fighting as well. Finally catching Daching as well. And that's going to be another elimination there for a tackle round, now sitting at 3 eliminations. Carrera, though, looking to get another kill himself. Going to go into the building, and he will catch out Isa this time. So we're going to be seeing 4 eliminations racked up by attack all round. And they're going to try and scout the sky to see if they can find any more people that are reviving. Looks like C-Triple-G, they get into a skirmish themselves, but Peter will get picked up by his teammates. So it seems like the team has stabilized at this point of time. But Tash, we are seeing so many teams converging. Poor God of Wolf just wanting to get a revive off at the vending machine, but caught out yet again by a tackle round.
See, this is what I said exactly about Tech All Around, really traditional colors today. When you don't have a team like Reverse Red or Stalwart Esports just causing trouble so very early, which allows so many of these teams to really take advantage of the looting period, then you get to see all these teams start to shine. Now Expand is a team that had, I would say, quite good success on day number 1, and now they're trying to take out EVOS. EVOS as well, the team is pretty hot and cold, now in trouble. Prime MK is already taking out Aim Gods. And now Expand gonna be very happy with 1 elimination in the bag, and they are going hunting. I think they're looking for the rest of the members of EVOS right now, but they're not gonna give up this spot quite yet because they understand that if where EVOS is gonna be, it's gonna be around here where the revival spots are going to be. Now coming back to Expand, a team that I think they're very interesting. They have like a few other members in their roster where they can sub in and sub out, like say Cobra per se. So depending on if they need more firepower or a less aggressive gameplay, they can just swap out their lineup to bring a different style of play to really scare everyone inside of the lobby.
Yeah, they've actually used the portal there. Buriram going to be jumped on by Flash, but looks like Flash may have just fallen into this trap this time. Buriram just hook, line, and sinker, folks. I mean, sure, Jonah may have gotten knocked down, but if you don't complete that kill, it's just going to be 3 points going to Buram. This is huge as well because, again, the talking point for Buram, this team is sitting on 100 points, very likely going to take that first place on that leaderboard if they continue to just play hyper aggressive and be rewarded with these constant eliminations. I think another thing we kind of have to talk about, Tash, right, is the mechanical difference between some of these teams. And I think
difference.
There are some teams that in just a skirmish, like a full-on 4v4 skirmish, some teams are just going to win outright because they are much better. They're a step above when it comes to skill. And so for some of these other teams, when you're trying to determine whether you do and don't take those skirmishes, the most important thing is, do they have the information? Can they maybe predict who it is based on information of where some of these teams typically drop? Maybe there's information on where these teams typically move on that map. But if you are a weaker team mechanically, what do you do if you accidentally lock horns with a behemoth of a team like CGGG?
Ooh, that is a good question, honestly, and I think the only answer is
you run.
I mean, like you can't really run either because teams like CGGG are just so adept at long-range fights. They're so good at like going for these flanks. They like to do these 3-1 formations where maybe you'll be running and then suddenly you're gonna get caught off by another team as well. Like it or not, I think the only way to really fight, and I think Buram United has also realized this yesterday, is to play as aggressively as the other teams. Take them to their fights. If you're not quick enough for that loot, then unfortunately you're going to have to find a way to go for that further out revive and then find a more quiet place to really reconvene, recollect yourself, and I would say resupply yourself as well. Because in a lot of situations yesterday, yes, there are those early revives. That happens all the time. But before these players even hit the ground, they're already shot sky high out of the sky like flies. And speaking of a player taken out, Gardu, with the one found by Jonah, and Buram United is just on a rampage right now with 7 eliminations in the bag, and it feels like they're just slowly snaking their way through the entire map and looking for anyone who is basically just free, who can be free points for them, because it feels like a lot of these teams are not even shooting back at them compared to like the teams who are fighting against Reverse Red. Yes, Reverse Red are more bombastic, but it does seem like people do want to take these fights against them, at least for yesterday.
I don't know how they did it in this situation. I mean, Buram literally corralled Onyx into their own eliminations. Like, they had 2 players corralling them in the back. They had 2 other players waiting in the compound ahead. Like, the way this team plays, it's really inspiring for somebody. If you're trying to get into Free Fire, it's inspiring because the way that they play, it is so tactical. Like, you can tell that a lot of thought goes into all of their movements. Yeah, like not just them locking into headshots, but it's just their positioning and the coordination this team has is just insane.
I mean, I think if I could like do a comparison, a power ranking comparison between Reverse Red and Buram United, I think that Reverse Red are a lot more chaotic in a way that sometimes kind of like, how am I supposed to predict your movement when we can't even predict our own movement, you know? Compared to Bermuda, they're a little bit more, I would say, clean how their takes are going to be. But speaking of that, Attack All Around is also just as, I would say Attack All Around has a very similar system to Buram United as well. Look at how exactly they go around each other, look exactly how they play against each other, making sure that they're not going to get caught out alone. 3 people picking out together, so there's going to be a confirmed trade at the very least. So this is great. Speaking of great, look at this fight between Bermuda United and EVOS. This is something I've wanted to see for a while between these two, because EVOS is a team that I would say is they want to try and make these fights happen, but because they take too long to really figure out their game plan, they seem to get steamrolled.
Looking at the position for these teams, so both teams are pretty spread out. They do have their snipers sitting in the wings ready to pop heads if they need to, but it looks like Buram, they do want to finally engage on to this fight. And are they going to be able to get those headshots onto EVOS? That is the question that Buram has on their mind. So far, they just haven't found that opening. They've used quite a few resources, but EVOS has as well to try and repel this fight. They're going to go onto the rooftop here. Jonah on the low ground. Going to try and throw some grenades as well. Almost connecting onto I Am God. He's doing quite a bit of damage there as well, but Puna, he's going to be rushing in for the team. And I mean, there's not really much you're going to be able to do if you're EVOS. Unless you can repel them on that ground floor, you're going to be losing 2 players in that building. And you could be losing 2 more here as G'day is on the floor, which means we only have 1 player left. And I think this might just be it, Tash. EVOS, this entire team getting cut down by Buriram. And Buriram lost nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And that's exactly what I was saying about how methodical they are. It's very clean. I would really like to see a round where Attack All Around and Buriram United actually go head-to-head to each other. But speaking of heading to head, Toda right beneath Dewa United. Dewa MR17 taking a lot of damage. Surprising that he's still alive. Albeit very low. Oh, I spoke too soon. Taken out very, very quickly. Now, they can go for that revive if they want to. And immediately, look how fast that revive already happened. Toda hasn't seemed to be moving at all quite yet. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to like bait as many as the other members as they can and completely go for that team wipe.
Yep. Playing safe, it seems, for Todak. So no full-on engagement. Speaking of engagements, we're going to be watching Flash's perspective here as the team is going to be camping in the circle here. So we are starting to get into very dangerous territory for some of these teams as we are starting to slowly run out of space. Traps in the meantime, they're going to have to try and save his teammate, trying to just prevent Diwa from getting on top of him, but it just so far can't connect and can't pop those heads. And I think that's going to be it for the team as well. Unfortunately for Todak, out of this match in 11th place. Tash, I have to say, the circle is so small.
Ironic.
And
it is so ironic.
We still have 10 teams in the competition. So we still have 10.
I mean, I was expecting it to be a faster, a more aggressive map, per se, because yesterday, I mean, we saw what happened early yesterday, right? It was very chaotic, early fights. It felt like it was skirmishes throughout the entire map. But today's a lot more slow. I think like we're only seeing particular teams to snake around and pick these fights. Now for Toda just now, I'm shocked because they were the team who were camping and trying to go for that space held by Dewa United. Dewa United, a team that's so very patient. They were very just waiting for them to be lulled into this false sense of security, just immediately just demolished them in just one go. And that team wipe was exactly what they wanted to do to Toda. Regardless, another team is already out of the match. Flash already eliminated. And honestly, in this particular round, I am excited to see the Axel take this fight against WAG. But that hold that thought, because Bermuda United against Indostars. Indostars, a team that managed to get Booyah on day number 1. Also shown a lot of aggression as well, comparable to Reverse Red, despite not having as high, I would say, success with it. Jonah, beautifully done with those grenade launches. They do chunk a little bit of damage, but not enough to really matter. And Buriram United are playing this very tactically, coming in from so many different sides to make sure that they're able to go for these either aggressive plays or these nice little trades. Wasana, a long flank in the backside, making sure he can meet up with his teammates, and also keeping an eye out on WAG. And WAG, Wasana, Jonah at the bottom, so 2v4. There is one teammate at the top side, and Cyrus playing and weaving in and out of the blue zone. He is so undeterred by the damage because he knows how exactly to play around it. 9 entry from the members of WAG is what they want to do, but WAG does not seem to be winning this. Krillin solo. Cyrus also barely making it out alive. He is still inside of the safe zone at the very least, but once those blue walls go down, I think this might be the end.
We're looking at Expand coming in as well, looking to capitalize on all these wounded players from these teams. And looks like Buriram going to be escaping with only 1 player on their team. WAG still hold up in the building. Expand wanting to get these eliminations. They want to get these points on the board. It looks like they're going to get this for free as well. I'm not sure. I think we might also still have a survivor for Indostars as well. But oh my gosh, Tash, what an insane fight within that tiny compound. 4 teams battling it out, and unfortunately only a few able to survive. Poor Wasana though, he's the sole survivor for Buriram, who had such an aggressive early game. But now running into attack all round. This is the last team you want to be running into. Will get knocked down, and I think this might just be it for Buriram. Unfortunately, not going to be able to place too high in this matchup, but they did have enough, I think 13 eliminations, 12 or 13 eliminations before getting knocked out. So they will still take home a good number of points, but we are still seeing 5 teams in the competition, 13 players left, and it looks like for now the healthiest is going to be attack all round and C Triple G. Look at this, C Triple G, 9 elims on the high ground. They are ready.
I love what they've positioned themselves. They have full control of the area. They have all the information. One more has been massive on day one.
Oh, they got
with
him.
those pickoffs. They did find him in the end. EVOS now out, but C-Triple-G, a team that I think really heated up quite late on day number one, seemed to be carrying that momentum still. Very quietly on top of that. It's not as bombastic as like what we see from Blue Ram United or Attack All Around. Speaking of that, Attack All Around, getting sandwiched between Expand as well as C-Triple-G. C-Triple-G managed to get that revive onto one more as well. That's going to be key. They need one more to provide a long-range cover fire, but now they're getting chunked down. Circle not in their favor, and Expand is just taking advantage of that. Their teammate does manage to get revived, surviving as he drops down. But Expand also need to get into that circle, and it's gonna be hard. They need to take this fight against Attack All Around.
Jeez, yeah, because if you take a look at where the teams currently are, it actually looks really good for C-Triple-G because that's where the circle is going to be. So Expand will have to play up against Attack All Around. Karora going to be sitting on the high ground on the back of the team. Can he get those snipes in to help them out? Xroy, he is trying to rush in, but with all these blue walls, this is preventing him from actually finding a good opening to go into this fight. So this actually might end up being delayed, and instead the teams are just going to have to try and find a safe way into that safe zone. And Karora, though, getting a really nice angle on that rooftop. He's got those blue walls to protect him. His teammates are in front and ready to go. If Expand peak at the wrong moment, they could be punished with this. And look at this, going to try and break through that glue wall. They're going to have to break this jump cord. Unfortunately, going to be going down immediately. Eliminated as well. That's going to be an elim for the team. But look at this, Attack All Round now sitting on 19 eliminations. Purgatory, though, unfortunately going to be caught out. But Expand going to be ending the round in third place, leaving C-Triple-G to play up against Attack All Around. And Karoro, he's still on the rooftop, but the rest of the teams, they are fighting on the low ground. Jump Squad going to be flying into assist his team as well, but C-Triple-G seem to be in the more advantageous position because they do have more players on the ground at this point of time. CosQ trying to search around, get into position to actually pop heads, but doesn't really matter, Tash. It doesn't. They get the booyah. It all happened off screen. C-Triple-G, what a flawless game for this team.
Love seeing it for them, how they took full advantage of the lower ground, and it's all about that area control. They were so good at making sure that, okay, while they were already on the high ground, they were already in that circle. Leaving one more on the top side allowed them a lot of information gathering, that punish when it comes to long range hits. One more has been very, very, I would say, scary when it comes to those instant hits with a sniper. Now the rest of the team, all they have to do is just play toward the side of the circle, just weave in and out of the warehouses, and just really catch them off guard. The shotgun meta, I think some of them were running a shotgun, which really helped to chunk a lot of damage as well. And they are playing so separated with each other, which means that trades are going to be very, very possible and not getting caught off guard. So while AAA was able to go in for that revive, but again, these last minute revives has no value in my opinion, because it's hard to do hero plays but you don't have any, I would say, utility, armor, and weapons.
I also think late game revives, like there are only a few circumstances that we've ever seen in the history of competitive Free Fire where players that were revived in the middle of one of those last two circles ended up hitting the ground and actually being useful, because typically when the revives do happen, they just get shot out of the sky. I mean, they're literally birds waiting to be shot down. 3 eliminations, 3 points. But because the teams, they just weren't busy dealing with the players that were currently on ground. They just had enough time to look up, grab the free elims, and basically just secure themselves that first game. But C-Triple-G gonna be super happy with that round. But again, I also think Attack All Round is really happy with how things were as well, because they had, I believe, they entered the round with 19 eliminations for Attack All Round, so they had the elimination points. Sure, they didn't get the booyah, but their points at the end of this round is going to far exceed the average team.
I mean, if you ask me, if we were to interview the players, I think we're going to be hearing the same sort of answers over and over again. What kind of approach are you expecting affecting the game? Is it more important for you to get eliminations or points? No, I think all of them collectively are going to say eliminations are definitely more important than those placement points. When you have one elimination as 1 point, with the revival also possible, means that farming points are definitely on the menu. We've seen it happen from Reverse Red. We've seen it happen from Stalwart Esports. We're starting to see it from Bermuda United. We've seen it from Attack All Around as well. Their eliminations points were definitely more than the amount of placement points they were able to get. Those placement points surviving till the end, even the top 3 is already the cherry on top, the bonus if you made. Because I think what's really important right now is the next 6 weeks, so long as you do not finish a map with 0 points, so long as you have that nice big lead compared to the rest of the teams, it gives you a nice little lead, or at least some wiggle space to make some mistakes. And you want to give yourself that breathing room for your team to be able to do that, because again, this is a battle royale. That element of RNG is still gonna be there. So you need that, I would say, that security there. For those rounds, the circle is just not in your favor.
Yeah, luck really does play it does play a big part in some of these free fire games, and in particular, obviously the one in Purgatory. I think Purgatory probably has the most punishing circles out of all the maps, especially around that water. But speaking of that, we are going to jump into Purgatory next, but we do have an interview lined up, so let's see what our winners have to say after our first game today.
Hello guys, welcome back to the interview on the third day. You are with me, Yuki Dekyu, and I'm with the winner of the first Booyah! Hey! Can you introduce yourself? แนะนำตัวเองหน่อยค่ะ
ผม CG Cos Q ครับ
นี่ Cos Q from CGGG. How do you feel right now? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะหลังจากที่ได้ first Booyah?
ดีใจมากครับ
I'm very happy. Okay.
Maybe excited. What?
So I want to know what adjustment did you make to your plans during the day off? หลังจากที่เราพักไปแล้ว1 วันเนี่ยเรากลับไปแก้ไขฝึกซ้อมมายังไงบ้างคะ
กลับไปดูรีเพลย์ครับ แล้วแก้ไขจุดที่เราผิดพลาดครับ
Oh, can you tell?
We went back to watch the replay and trying to fix our mistake.
Oh, okay. Can you tell us what the mistake you did?
ปัญหาที่เจอคืออะไรคะ
เราไฟแพ้ครับ ไม่มีความมั่นใจครับเมื่อวานนี้
We lost the fight at the beginning of the game and we don't have much confidence. We're trying to fix that.
Okay. Because of you begin the day with the first Booyah. So how many Booyah do you think that you can correct today?
วันนี้เราเปิดเกมด้วยบูย่าแรกเลย คิดว่าวันนี้เราจะได้บูย่ากี่เกมคะ
สัก3 เกมครับ ครึ่งต่อครึ่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Oh my god.
Maybe three booyah half.
Half. That's a lot. I hope you can do it. Okay, good luck for the next month. And now you are ready for the next month? Battle in style. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Already off to a great start there for CGGG, but is this going to be a trend, or is this just, as some people would say, a fluke? I think most people, myself included, this is not a fluke. CGGG is a great team, but there definitely are teams that can compete with CGGG, and we also have to keep in mind we are going to be going in for a map change for game number 2 because Bermuda is one of the best maps here for CGGG, but how well are they going to fare against our competitors when we jump into Purgatory, which is map number 2? And I love myself some Purgatory because we may be getting some water circles. Sometimes we don't, but I do love myself a little bit of H2O because those circles, it really messes with your team sometimes because you think you're on the right side and then all of a sudden when you thought you were right, you ended up being a little bit too left.
I think for me personally, I think Purgatory, I think we're still going to be seeing the same momentum that we see on Bermuda. But I mean, for me personally, I think the hardest map is still going to be Nexterra as well as Kalahari because of the high-low grounds. I mean, I think it's not as punishing when you are on high ground when you're in Kalahari, but repositioning is a pain in the butt. Regardless, enough about that. Let's talk a little bit about Purgatory. Now, yesterday, I think, not even on day number 1, I think Reverse Red and Star Wars. I'm so sorry. I keep saying these teams because they are the only 2 teams that's really been making a lot of noise and havoc on on the servers yesterday. Now I think for today, yes, Buram United and Attack All Around made a lot of noise, but I love to see that C-Triple-G, that by the time we finally had our visuals on them, they were a team that had like 9 eliminations in the bag already.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not as bombastic as these other teams who are just snaking around and looking for eliminations, but it does show that in terms of their rotations, they have these protocols on how exactly to start each map. But let's see how they do on this map. Purgatory coming straight right at you. Oh wait, sorry, it's the MVP. My bad.
It's okay. Let's talk about Koski here for C-Triple-G.
I mean, Koski is interesting because I feel like since day number 1, his face has been here in the MVP. Using Tatsuya and his weapon, I think that he's definitely one of those players who can play mid to close range when it comes to how he wants to approach each map. Because I think, like, for me personally, if you ask me like who's the outstanding player for who's the most eye-catching player for C-Triple-G, it's gonna be one more. But Koski's name, if you look at the feed, if you really pay attention, it's gonna be Koski who's up and down and centric, running in and out, playing to really give that space to his teammates. So Peter as well was also very, very scary to deal with. He's the type of player who loves playing these short range fights. CQC is his forte. He likes to really camp right outside the window or inside the compound and just really just shoot you in the face, and suddenly you're gonna jump out, and before you could react, he's already gotten 2 to 3 picks.
I love the fact that I think Peter as well, one thing he does so well for C-Triple-G is in some of these fights, I don't know how he does it, but he can really mess with the opponent when it comes to mind games. Like his movements, he's able to corral players, corral them into positions where On Fire and one more are able to get the final shot. Peter himself is actually a fantastic shot as well. Not to say that he's just simply there as a meat shield and to hurt players towards his team.
He's what I would say the frontliner. Yeah, the one who's giving that space. He's just like making that space for his teammates. One more, all he has to do is just say, Peter, there's a guy inside that compound. I'm gonna try and lure him outside. You wait in the corner there and just shoot him in the face. And that's exactly what they do. I love C-Triple-G's communication right now. It's so very clear. You can tell how well they are communicating with each other on how exactly they want to approach each fight and each rotation.
Exactly. So even though we're looking at some of these teams, and sure, maybe the numbers don't look good on paper, but once you see these players in game and you see how they move, what they're thinking, and how they're assisting their teams, sometimes the most impactful player on the team is the one that's actually the quietest. And Peter, Koski, his entire team, like, they can get all the glory. Peter, he doesn't care if he gets a MVP or not. He already knows that he is the main pillar for this team, especially when it does happen to be around those team fights. So C-Triple-G, is this momentum going to continue into Purgatory? We're only going to find out when the map does begin. But let's talk about some of the other teams in the competition, because of course C-Triple-G, they started the day with a booyah. They're not the only ones that are aiming for this booyah, right? So let's go back to Buriram, okay? What kind of happened with Buriram in this match? Because they started out pretty hot, and then all of a sudden they kind of petered out right before that late game. Like, we saw them get ambushed, and then they split up. Wasana tried to go off on his own, and then I think he also got shot down by C-Triple. I think it was either C-Triple-G or Attack All Around.
It was Attack All Around. So what happened right now, it was that I think, this is just my guess, is that they understand that they were getting sandwiched. So what they wanted to do was send maybe 1 or 2 people to another side, perhaps try and catch them off guard in the middle of a rotation is number 1. And number 2 is maybe go for that nice long flank to make sure that they don't get, I would say, backstabbed or even third-partied. But in this situation, it was a problem between the circle, their positioning, and being in between these two teams. It wasn't just like WAG there, it was attack all around as well. WAG wasn't really a problem to them. It was going to be attack all around, because WAG, while they weren't really, I would say that in terms of firepower, they are going to be as high as Pure United or even attack all around. But what happened was that they didn't have the man advantage. They didn't have the numbers in terms of firepower, and that's what caused their downfall. So they really have to figure out how exactly they want to deal with this when they are in a position where they are a third party, when they are sandwiched. Because in that situation, a lot of times the team that's in the middle of the two teams are going to be going out first. Now, let's talk a little bit about elimination leaders. Poongod, Wasana, Folky, One More, and Cosq. These are the players that I think I'm not surprised. I mean, we saw their name all around on the kill feeds. We saw especially Poongod. I think Poongod is very interesting how he takes a fight. He's not afraid to really not to just give up space, but he's okay to retake that space as well. Oh, I'm about to lose. Okay, let me just get outside. It's okay. Just let them have this compound for now. Let me go for that reset and then find another way in and just catch them off guard. I love watching that from him. Wasana is a player that likes to go for these long rotates, long flanks. Like he can do like, I would say, a trip around the world just to really backstab a team. And I have a lot of respect for him for that because his timing, impeccable.
All right, we've got our key players for the previous round as well. Wasana with the eliminations, Kororo with the damage, Mr. 17 with the revives, and Fikri with the teammate, revive teammate times as well. So I have to say, Mr. 17, he had a tough game. I mean, you got revived 4 times in a single game. It just goes to show how tough a match that was for D1 United because they unfortunately didn't go too far in that round. They did get picked off towards that middle, the mid game as well because we did see so many skirmishes at the beginning of the matchup. But as you can see from the weapons, lots of snipers ended up being the main weapon of choice for these teams, especially with how that late game circle ended up happening, right? Like a tackle round, they were playing the range game. They weren't in anyone's face. They didn't have to run any shotguns. They just wanted to stay back, shoot from range, get the free damage, get the free eliminations. Everyone else is sort of just at the mercy of a tackle round when everyone was at the mercy of CGGG eventually as that circle just started to close on in. But I think this is... I know yesterday we saw a lot of shotguns getting a lot of attention because teams just love to go for CQC, but today seems to be, or at least in this matchup, we saw a lot more range being utilized.
Not surprising. I think it's more of like the preferences because RRQ and Reverse Red are teams that love playing that CQC game. But I think for the teams from A and C are teams that prefer that mid to long range sort of fights, which I do not also think is a bad thing either. Because if you see how these two teams play, they don't really put themselves inside of a compound. They prefer to hold the high ground. They prefer to hold an area and just try to shoot from another area, deny people from getting into the circle. That's what they prefer to do, compared to RRQ, who likes to just hold themselves out into a compound, lure them into this false sense of security that, oh hey, we have a really good compound, just shoot them and just blast them sky high. It's a whole different way of approaching each map. Regardless, I think each one, it comes with different strengths, and it's very fun to see this all around. Now, for overall standings here, Reverse Red still managing to hold down that first place spot for 175. Stalwart Esports as well as RRQ. But from number 6 all the way to 4th place is Boream United. They're doing very well. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to end the day at maybe 1st or 2nd place, given the fact that it's only at 60 points behind. Now, another team that's gone up right now would be CGGG at 113. Tech All Around as well has really climbed their way up as well. I'm really excited to look at Expand and Indostars as well. Now, for Flash and Toda, still no points in the line in the game because they number 1, they didn't manage to encroach even 50 points. So now it's just a matter of trying to get those points to play catch up, because if you're putting yourselves anything under 12th place, it's going to be very, very scary.
All right, Tash, just a quick recap for anyone that may have just missed game number 1. CGGG locking in our first booyah of the day on Bermuda, and we are just about ready to jump into Purgatory game number 2. The players are loading into that lobby, so we should be jumping into this game in just a moment. Tash, I know we haven't done this on the broadcast as of yet, but I want to kind of hear your prediction. Game number 2. We're not pulling favorites, but who do you feel has the best chance for game number 2?
I think Boream United. I'm not talking about Booyahs, I'm talking points wise. I don't think Boream United is going to be stopping anytime soon. Boream United and CGGG are two teams that are, I would say, very, very momentum based. CGGG hasn't stopped from day number 1. Boream United seems to have found it toward the last part of yesterday. So I expected to see more of that. Regardless, we are going to be seeing the Purgatory game happening right now. So let's see which team shines and which team still remains at the bottom of the barrel.
Please don't have latency problems. Please don't have latency problems. Please don't have latency problems. Nah, I'm watching Discord. Some of the teams are having latency issues. That's why the game was delayed. Yep. We're here for game number 2, folks, and it is none other than Purgatory. And what is that flight path? Oh my
That is
goodness.
disgusting.
That is actually gross.
Disgusting. I mean,
oh my gosh.
I mean, like, okay, it's gonna be early drops for everyone. I mean, like, I think that was one point a few years ago that was watching. There was one team that loved to drop at Mo House.
Oh my goodness, Tash. Look how congested the map is because we are literally working with one corner of Purgatory.
Yeah, I think that I like EVOS with that 3-1 thing they have, dropping back, starting down early, and the rest of them like just dropping far away. It's very high risk, but you can be a nuisance. You can go for pickoffs, and speaking of pickoffs, that's Kiba from Onyx getting one already, and the 2 Malaysian teams happen to have dropped out on the same place. Toda, Fikri, and Traps already chunking out a lot of damage. Expand as well on one side. Expand already losing the axle is not the best outcome they want to see. C-Triple-G is also very close by. If I were these 2 teams, I would be really scared. And Flash as well is a team that's also in trouble because Onyx loves aggression. And you can already see a GTA high-speed chase on one side of the map. Don't tell me you didn't see that, Denley.
Oh my gosh. It is just an absolutely crazy game. Although
I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I love very gross flight paths, but unfortunately it's gonna be resulting into a remake right now because of some latency issues. Now I am very disappointed because oh, sorry, I'm just hearing that we are going to be continuing the game. Never mind. Okay, I get my wish. I get my wish. I get, it's already delivered. Thank you so much, Genie of the Night, because I love seeing these aggressive circles because I want to see more early fights. Let's be real here.
Yeah, I think we've seen so many generous circles when it comes to competitive free fire. Just having some of these crazy ones, probably some of the best circles for the viewing experience. It looks like On Fire from C-Triple-G going to be taken down by Todak. We did see multiple teams dropping within the same vicinity because there was just not a lot of room to work with. And it looks like Fikri is going to be going down, unfortunately, for his team. On the other side of the map, though, Robram's going to be picking up their teammates. Todak is also going to be picking up their teammates. The vending machines are really paying off. And I think everyone is sort of deciding, okay, do we just stick around or do we go? And I think the teams are going to call a bit of a peace treaty, find a vehicle, and just get on out of there. Zen, in the meantime, they're forced into a battle with Peter, and we'll get a elimination for Todak. What a great start.
We were just talking about how unlucky they were to have been in the same compound as X-Band, but they came up on top. They got a pick onto the axle. They played a little bit more passive, saved his teammate, and then immediately moved out of the way. We were just speaking about Motorhouse, and this area completely taken by EVOS. Now, holding that thought here, Buriram United might be in trouble. Wasana was caught out all alone. Surprised that he survived. He's so very low. I don't think he's going to be able to go for that reset. Goes inside the compound. He's going to be able to get out on top. But this is beautifully done by EVOS because they have this nice little split going 1-2 area, and they're just sandwiching him. But the question is whether or not he's going to be able to survive. They got him. Quite. It's a nice jump shot by Aim God as well to make sure that he doesn't get chunked in the face in case that he has a shotgun. So very well played. One elimination for EVOS. A good start for them, honestly.
Yeah, lots of players getting picked up, and even though Wasana went down, he actually immediately got picked up by his teammates. So I suppose they were ready to get that pick up, but who might not be ready to get picked up is Diwa and Todak, because these 2 teams are currently engaged around these crates. And at the moment, Todak is occupying the center section. Diwa is on the outside, and it looks like at the moment we're seeing 2 players on both sides actually on the floor. They do get the pick up there. So Diwa, they do have a numbers advantage. Todak, in the meantime, though, in such an awkward position, not too happy with how this fight is going at all. And they are going to try and bail, and I do believe one of the players has driven off here. So Diwa not able to get any more elims, although we are looking at WAG in a skirmish of their own. And they even sent out one of their players to run away. And Indostar is actually trying to get a pick up here. But Krillin, being a pain in the backside, can Raz pop his head? He needs to save his teammate. I don't think he will be able to.
Oh, what a jump!
Oh,
From high ground
okay.
to low ground, he took advantage of that. I loved watching that. Now, Krillin all alone will immediately be deleted, and now the Ghost, I think he's trying to see what can he do here. He knows that stars are quite low. He has the high ground advantage. Raz is very quick, still going in for that reset. I think he might be able to jump shot. Nope, not gonna be happening. This is the most aggressive I've ever seen WAG, and I love this for them. 4 eliminations in the bag for them, and no problem getting in that revives as well.
I feel like this is the same as game number 1. I think today, WAG, they probably had a discussion, sort of looked at their games and thought, okay, I think after yesterday's games, we need to pick up the heat. We need to really crank it up a little bit. And, as you said, they are picking up that aggression, and it's really paying off for them as well. I think after today, they're probably going to have to explore a little bit more of this for week 2's games as well, because they're doing a really good job playing this hyper-aggressive style. Now, speaking of aggression, Onyx themselves are actually looking to flank Flash, although I think Jack may have been spotted here, and Flash, they are sticking around with their team, but I don't think this is going to be the best spot to be hiding if you're Flash. There are just too many players from Onyx in the vicinity.
How did he survive that? Oh my god.
I think comes Jack.
Impressive dodge. Yep, Jack coming through forward as well. And from both areas, just going to take it out. This is a teamwork I wanted to see here. I do not like it when you go into a 1v1 isolated fight, because it really puts yourself at a disadvantage when you don't know what weaponry the enemy is going to be bringing into the table. Now, we can already see that Buram United has 2 revives already. And I'm actually quite shocked here, because I was expecting these early fights to be fully dominated by Buram United. But I'm also, on the flip side, loving the other teams really corralling or as rallying to the calls of aggression and not allowing Buram United to just get away with this aggression.
Now, speaking of aggression, we could see some bullets fly between WAG and EVOS. Both of them are eyeing each other. They do know that they are there as well. Maybe still thinking whether they want to commit to this or not. Wasana, in the meantime, though, will get the connection there onto 18 Deer. On the other side of the map, though, Expand reviving 2 of their players, and Flash will be reviving 1 of their own as well. Buram still hunting around, even though they didn't have the best game in that previous round. They're just going to continue doing what they do best. Just look for those eliminations, pressure teams wherever possible. And speaking of pressure, going into a wounded WAG, this should be a free round of eliminations. They do connect onto Dolphin, and with the numbers advantage, this might just be it for WAG. Oh, their final player in that watchtower. Not too happy about that one. Oh, but they did have 1 player escape, so they do have a chance to come back into this game, assuming that last survivor does not get sniped.
That is so unlucky. This tower is just such a hot spot right now. WAG is now out.
They got them all.
Yeah, they did. And this is what I was talking about from WAG. It's like, yes, they are corralling. They are trying to play this hyper-aggressive play. But in terms of firepower, when they get overwhelmed, they don't seem to have an answer as to how to play together. They seem to be like headless chickens at sometimes. And they're like, okay, there's this pressure choker moment. We're getting choked from so many different areas. What are we going to do? Where's the communication between them and the teammates? Now this circle is ping-ponging all the way to the left side. This is not only a very, very painful flight path, it is a flight path that has a circle that's all the way to the opposite side, and also a circle that's ping-ponging all the way to the left side as well, which makes it so hard for a lot of teams to even just rotate inside the circle, because at one point you think, okay, I have the prime spot here, this is going to be good, but then suddenly the circle pulls to the left, you're like, okay, now we have to move all the way left. What is going on? And everyone's just coming in from the same area as you, because the circle is pulling all the way to the left. So we can expect the right side of the circle to be fully congested, so packed with so many people going in for those rotations.
Teams within that circle already have a massive advantage, and that's also assuming if you're on the left side of that river, right? Because on the right side, as you said, there are just so many teams that are going to have to compete for that very small piece of land. But we also need to remember, Tash, the circle, it's not guaranteed to go completely left, right? There is a chance that it could still be a center river circle. So the teams also need to make a decision that, do we stay on the right side of the river, or do we cross and pray that it's going to be on the left side? Because we don't have any information as of yet, aside from the fact that the circle is tilting towards Marble Works, whether or not that river is going to remain in this circle as it continues to get smaller and smaller. Now, Flash, this is not a team you want to be fighting into. They don't know who this is yet, but if Shin goes down, I think they're going to learn very quickly who this is, and they will want to disengage. And I think Shin backing up with the team, saying, guys, this is a really weird spot. We only have trees for cover. We have to commit glue walls if we want to stay alive, to stay protected. What's the plan here, Flash? This is a really awkward circle.
It really is. Now the Flash has to find a way inside of the circle. Now Flash hasn't had the best track record when it comes to these team fights. Let's see whether or not they have a contingency plan. Onyx, they want to take this fight against the 5 teams to tackle around a jump shot to come through a 1 versus 2. No chance at all, and immediately gonna be lobbying Poonga despite the fact that this is one of their best teams. The other members of Attack All Around are outside of the circle. Onyx thinking, okay, you know what, let's take this fight to them. The blue zone is going down. They don't have the advantage in terms of numbers. But surprise, surprise, with the less advantage to the numbers they have in terms of firepower. Jack almost gets knocked down here, 3 in the bag, but the jump shots coming through from Attack All Around is very, very scary. Jack manages to stay alive. Gary finally gets knocked down, and Folky saying, good night, sweet prince. Just go to sleep. Instantly team wiped, and now they have to worry about another team here, which is Expand. With only 3 members left, he has to take this fight against C-Triple-G. My bad. My gosh.
We're going to be switching over to Dewa United Esports' perspective as well. The team is grouped up and they're going to be coming in from the southeastern side of that circle. And it looks like the circle has pivoted directly onto Marble Works. So the teams that were on the eastern side will have to start to rotate to the west. And thankfully are not going to be caught by the water. But there is a massive advantage for the teams that are already hiding within those compounds within Marble Works. So the teams that are not there yet, that haven't found their safe space, they're not going to be too happy, and it's not going to be easy to find their own compound to use, especially if there are some of these teams sitting around the edges looking to gatekeep, looking to get those free points. But looking at EVOS, it seems that they want to be dealing with C-Triple-G, and this is probably going to be a massive battle here, Tash. We're looking at 2 giant teams, and EVOS don't want to fight this. C-Triple-G, on the other hand, this is their forte. They want to fight.
C-Triple-G doesn't have the high ground advantage. The high ground advantage will be toward EVOS. Let's see whether or not EVOS can capitalize this. 1 player in the backside on top of the compound. If they have the long range sniper, it can give them so much value. Regardless, Ray, this is the player that has been challenged by so many of their Thai counterparts. Ray finding C-Triple-G, puts in some damage, not enough to really put them away. He does dash forward to just give him a little bit more space. He gets the Peter. What a nice dodge. Really, really good dodge coming through. On fire, gone down. Cons Q is going to try and go for that revive. He does actually. I'm not sure if they can go for that reset. Now both of them will be knocked out. Both of them will be lobbied, and suddenly the players from C-Triple-G, the numbers have already been chunked down. There is still 1 more player they have to worry about. He's just trying to play Ring Around the Rosie inside of the arsenal. 1 more gets taken out, and I think that might be the end for them. Yes, it is. 9th place for C-Triple-G. Not the shabbiest, but definitely a shock to us. EVOS showing their true colors.
The Indonesians are really doing well on Purgatory so far, because not only is it EVOS, but it is also a Dewa sticking around, doing a significant amount of damage to these teams that are still remaining on the map. We are still looking at 8 teams alive on the map as of now. 26 players still sticking around as well. Dewa, they're looking to go for the engage here onto EVOS. And oh my goodness, I think EVOS may have just been overwhelmed here. We do see 1 player that's dropped on the side of Dewa, but EVOS with only 2 players, best thing they can do is just get on out of here. But it looks like they're just feeling the heat, the pressure, committing to the fight. In the meantime, though, Expand is going to be finishing in 8th place during this round. Dewa, though, still fighting into EVOS, and unfortunately for EVOS, they just don't have enough firepower to overwhelm Dewa. But this has given an opening for some of these other teams to start pressuring Dewa with 2 players down.
Still waiting. Dewa, MRO5. Such a household name, this player. Nice little reset as well, because honestly, I'm shocked that they're still able to just really bring this home. MRO5 already has 5 eliminations, and he's just really walking around this area as though he's like, there's just no fear, as though he just owns the entire area. Regardless, Yanbin gets knocked down, Shin as well. Artemis' teammates just trying so hard to stay alive. A jump shot to come forward and attack all around, just like their name, attacks from so many different sides. I love this for them, because not only does this really enable them to really really juke a lot of those initial fights or any surprises, but also does not allow their opponents to really reposition themselves.
Flash and Eve also out of the game as well. So we are now down to our last 5 teams, folks. Our last 5 teams. And of all the teams here, we have Dewa, we have Buriram, we have Indostars that's currently under attack to Buriram as well. We still have one more team, Attack All Round, playing a very interesting game, sitting right under the building that Buriram is in as well. Peace treaty for now. These two teams don't want to engage, if anything, but the time will come when that circle gets a little bit smaller. They are going to have to start moving. So we could be seeing Attack All Round having to deal with Buriram. And actually, they're going to port the entire team out. So that portal, getting them out of there. Todak, in the meantime, do finish in 5th place, meaning we are now down to our four last teams, Tash. 14 players.
Still so exciting to see all these players, and suddenly it's just cutting the noise. But look at how many teams are coming from the north side. Indostars and Dewa United are up there. This is so interesting because we're seeing 2 Thai teams versus 2 Indonesian teams. Now nades come through, 18th year gets a chunk of damage. Suddenly Buriram United, I love how they just completely collapse onto the other members of the Indostars. Attack All Round notices Buriram United there, and all of the utility gets thrown their way. Indostars go off at 4th place, but this is them, the usual play on the first day, still coming and shining on to today. Funa trying their best to just put in a little bit more damage to the other members of Dewa United. Sam 13 will be able to, because I already have a jump shot forward, and now Funa is all alone in the corner. He's chunking up so much damage. Poongod does find Moshi, and now Funa all alone. His teammate nowhere to be seen. Now he's trying to take a 1v4, and Funa goes down. Basana, what are you gonna do when you're all alone? I think he's already been marked.
He's been marked and is down as well. Buriram just not in the best position, being sandwiched in between these two teams, and now it's going to be down to Dewa and Attack All Round. Buriram is still sticking around, but it's just Wasana. There's not much he's going to be able to do. If he can hide, keep this attention away from himself, maybe he can get that 2nd place. Dewa, though, going to be losing Bion on the other side of the map. Wasana still trying to hide away from this fight. Kororo looking for him. Mr. 05, they're looking for Wasana himself. They're trying to turn it onto Buriram, but Attack All Round, they're changing their attention this time onto Dewa United instead. They're trying to rush on in, keeping those glue walls up. This is where the macro game becomes super important, Tash. If you've got the cover, if you have the utility, it's going to come in extremely handy. We even have a vehicle coming into the middle of this fight as well to act as extra cover for Dewa. These teams, though, slowly creeping in as the circle slows in towards the center point. Wasana stuck on the outside, trying to hide, having to dash into the middle of the fight, but he runs right into Attack All Round. That's going to be it, unfortunately. 3rd place for Buriram. Now it's Attack All Round. Kororo on the floor. His team's going to have to try and save him, trying to play with all of this elevation. So much jumping, so much shooting, but they can't catch out any of the players on Attack All Round. Dewa, they are struggling. Jump bot finally going down to the team. Falky taking critical mass damage, caught and down by the storm itself. That blue circle doing too much damage. They're still sticking around there. Kororo also going to be taken down. Falky down again. Poongod is the only person left here, and he's going to go down. It's going to be Dewa here for our 3 minute. Wait, Poongod, he picked himself up. They've done it.
Oh my
Both
god.
teams were down, but because he was able to pick himself up, Attack All Round, securing game number 2 today. What a finish of these teams. Absolute bloodbath of a finish. Wow.
I'm shocked. Oh, that's like a complete, what do you call it, plot twist. Because honestly, it looked like Dewa United actually had that in the bag, was not expecting Poongod to just randomly come up online. Because remember, I said just now, Poongod does get eliminated, but I wasn't expecting for his teammates to just surprisingly manage to pick him up at the very last minute. He came in at the very right time, managed to pick up a weapon, and immediately just demolished the entire team. That is a hero play, and I love to see that.
You got to do whatever it takes to win the game for your team. And I mean, Attack All Round, they have really popped off today. They have really put the effort in, the pedal to the metal, to really get these eliminations and to really play hyper aggressive. And I think it is really starting to pay off for this team. They're really coming into their own. They really know how to fight. And they really do, especially in this case as well. This was such an awkward late game as well, because we weren't looking at your typical points of cover for Free Fire. It was all just these low boxes. And to utilize those, you kind of want to be crouching, but these teams, they had to use their glue walls, they had to jump over boxes, they had to deal with jumping over those glue walls as well. Like, there was just so much terrain the players had to deal with, whilst also having to keep their eye on where everyone else is on that map. So I think for a tackle round, things got a little bit hairy. They thought they might drop to Diwa, but Purgatory, I think this man is definitely a god for this game.
It's definitely excited when you look at Purgatory. I mean, Purgatory has managed to get MVPs quite a few times on day number 1, as well as yesterday. Yesterday, not day number 1, excuse me. And I think that for Purgatory, excuse me, one thing that's very exciting about him is that how he's able to just take these 1v2s, 1v3s. His movement makes him so very interesting. It's very scary dealing with someone that you cannot really catch. He's so quick with his utilities as well, and sometimes you think that, okay, he's just one shot away to being taken down, and suddenly you have one glue wall put down. Suddenly he repositions himself, puts another glue wall, and then you have no clue where he went, and then suddenly out of nowhere he's right behind you, and he's managed to really knock you down. And you have to really be careful of players like this.
This is only our second game today, Tash. We've still got 4 more to go, but I think at this point of time, you know, Group B, they're great, but I have to say the games that we have seen so far from teams in Group A and C, they have put on a spectacular show, and I'm all here for this as well. The top competing teams for these groups as well, they're really coming into their own, and I think it just goes to show that there are top competing teams in both of these groups. It's just that, unfortunately, I think some of the teams in Group B just counter the overall playstyle for the teams in Group A and C. Like the hyper aggression. I think it's just been a little bit too overwhelming for A and C to deal with.
I think it's more of like they're just getting caught off guard. You weren't expecting this aggression very, very early. I mean, a lot of teams already have a contingency plan. They have an idea on how exactly they want to approach these fights. Because if you look at how Attack All Around play, if you look at Bermuda United play, it's a little bit more systematic, I would say. When you have games that are a little bit more systematic, a little bit more clean, this is where you start to question, like, okay, we have a plan, we know what to do when we get knocked down, but we weren't expecting this aggression. What can we do in order to prepare ourselves for this kind of aggressive plays? And I think for a lot of teams like today, because you don't have teams like Stillware Esports or even Reverse Red in the midst to really counter them, they have, okay, today we can really take our time, figure it out, and then next week we have a few days, we can like fix it. Regardless, we have an interview coming around. Let's see who it's gonna be and what they have to say about map number 2.
And now I'm with the Purgatory from Attack All Around! Yeah! It's been a long time after waiting, but now he already shy in the international competition! Congratulations, Purgatory! Woo!
สวัสดีครับผมก่อนนะครับ
Hi, it's Purgatory. Okay, if you guys didn't know, I will FYI, Purgatory have been in the international competition, but it's a very long time, like 3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And this is the first time that you come back with the booyah. The last scene, what happened? Can you tell us?
อันนี้เป็นครั้งแรกหลังจากที่คุณก๊อตได้เล่นเมื่อ3 ปีที่แล้วนะคะนี่เป็นการกลับมาครั้งแรกของเวทีอินเตอร์รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีใจครับที่ได้กลับมาพิสูจน์ตัวเองครั้งในเวทีระดับโลกครับ
I'm very happy that finally I can come back to prove myself in international competition.
Are you confident that you and your team will go to Vietnam so you can compete in foreign abroad?
มั่นใจไหมคะว่าทีมของเราจะได้สิทธิ์ชิงตั๋วไปเวียดนามครั้งนี้
ค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับ
Quite confident.
Yeah. So there's a lot of fans that ask for Purgatory, I wanna hear him come, I wanna watch him. Anything to say to your fans?
มีแฟนๆแบบว่ารออยากเห็นปุนก๊อตมาให้สัมภาษณ์มากเลยแบบรอให้ AA ได้บูย่ามีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์ครับผมมาแล้วครับ
Thank you for support me. I finally come back here.
Okay, thank you, Purgatory. Hope to see you in the next game. After you, Showcasters. Bye.
That's a very happy Poon God there. Big soft smile, but
I mean
he's
picking himself up and doing a hero play, that's disgusting.
he literally saved the game. Okay, you deserve to smile.
I need like 3 showers after seeing that. That is ridiculous. I was not expecting that ever. I didn't even think that was possible. I thought the blue zone was gonna get to him first before he picked himself up. I don't know how long he was spamming that self-res button, but it paid off. Quick thinking.
So we've finished up 2 games already, folks. We are going to have 4 more games, but before that, we are going to give the players a short break because 6 games back to back, we do need to make sure we take care of the players as well, okay? We want them to give us good games, and to do that, we also need them to be well rested. So we're going to go through just very quickly what has happened in that previous game. I want to see the leaderboard. I want to see what kind of changes we're going to be expecting because I think there were definitely some teams that we were eyeing that we thought, okay, these guys are going to dominate the game. They should get most of the points. And I think some of the other teams, they're quietly catching up as well. And they're slowly closing that gap between the teams in Group B as well. So how well is Group B actually doing, right? Like that's what we all want to know. We are going to find out very, very soon.
I think we're going to see toward the end of the day, right? Because we're going to see the standard here. But Keroro will be our MVP. Not the first time we've seen him up here. Excuse me.
He's a mainstay.
He's a mainstay. You know, Keroro is actually the name of the frog captain for an anime. And I think it's very, very apt that he named himself that because that's exactly how he felt like. He was very, very, I would say, commanding with how he played Tatsuya. Very commanding with how he played his teammates. And honestly, this is a very interesting comp they brought in. 4 Tatsuyas. I was expecting an A124, a Homer. That's what we saw more toward Group B. But for this team, it's just like brute force, I have to say, because when you have 4 Tatsuyas, you're expecting a mid to close range fights instead of these long range ones. You don't have the utility to disable, I would say, the other team's utilities. You don't have the ability to really, scout people out. But I think that's what Attack All Around wanted, just this raw, pure, aggressive brute fights. And because they're so confident in those fights, they come up on top.
And I think it really paid off for them too because I kind of feel like Tatsuya in that particular final circle as well, like just because of the terrain, I really think Tatsuya really paid off as well because you could see the teams just really struggling to move around the terrain, like just having that dash, being able to just quickly reposition yourself. I think it really helped the team when it came to that late game positioning. Like maybe things could have been a little bit different if they didn't have access to that dash. But aside from that, our elimination leaders for the round, we're going to be looking at Mr. 05 as our number 1 here. But I mean, almost everyone here has 5 elims. The only one that's missing out on this extra elim is Poon God, but I mean, he won the game, so I think we can call him a even here. But very, very spread across the board for the majority of the teams in this round. Key players, though, going to be looking at Sam 13 from Diwa for 3 eliminations, Fikri for Todak for 3 revived, Sam 13 again, but this time this guy is getting 16 headshots.
Do you know how hard it is to land headshots? Like, if landing a headshot, especially on a mobile game, it's almost hard. The screen is tiny. You have to really be precise. Yes, you can just quickly scope and unscope, but you have to also be quick to click that, I would say, that shot button. So you have to be really quick on that. Now, I think this is not going to change. The only thing that's changed in the past 2 days is the difference is the M1887. The 1887 here is the difference maker because I think the last 3 days we saw Chargebuster, Trogon, and Bison. Denley, why do you think it's going to be a change here?
Sorry?
Why do you think there's a change from that?
For this particular map? It might come down to the teams just sort of evaluating, okay, what kind of options do we have for this particular map? Like maybe if we go for a change, is this going to be a bit of a difference maker? But then again, we also have to consider like the circles. Yesterday's circle was way different compared to today's as well.
Right.
So maybe they thought that this was going to be a better option, especially with the fact that there just wasn't as much cover. Like the only cover that teams are looking at for the final 2 circles was their glue walls. They could not rely on the natural terrain, natural walls, natural compounds. They just didn't have access to any of those at all. But to round things out for game number
29 is a lot, actually. 29 is a lot.
Massive points.
This is massive because this is comparable to what we saw from day number 1, I believe, from, if I'm not mistaken, it's Reverse Red. And on top of that, Dewa is not too far behind as well with 25, only 4 points different. Then the rest are all just a little bit more, I think it's a lot more bigger in terms of their, I would say, their points, because it's more of like elimination at this point. Because if you look at it, CGG with 12, Buram United with 11, Dewa with 16, and now Otakalara with 17. We can start to see which teams are going for those elimination points and which teams are trying to play for survivability and play for that placement point. Honestly, I think I expected more from the Vietnamese teams and the Malaysian teams. We have not seen them shine at all, but at the same time, I sort of understand what is going on with Thailand. Thailand being such a dominant region for a long time, challenging Indonesia, and I really think that Indonesia has really rose up to the call and just really answered that challenge.
All right, we've got the overall standings with our 2 games for today already calculated into the points. Now let's talk about the teams that are in Group A and C. So firstly, CGG and Buriram United in 4th and 5th place. 141 for Buriram, 127 for CGG. Slowly making that climb, but I have to say Buriram getting really, really close to RRQ and to Stalwart Esports. Even Reverse Red, absolutely in reach for Buriram to potentially take that spot away if they can continue on with their consistent performance. CGG, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take first place, maybe scrape by and steal that 3rd place away from RRQ, but we've got 4 more games to go. There are still plenty of opportunities to grab those points, but we're not seeing, I guess, that guaranteed consistency from this team to comfortably say, like, okay, there's absolutely guaranteed they'll get like this point. I think CGG after that 2nd round probably thinking, okay, we need to really pick things up for the last 4 games.
Regardless, that's really weird. We go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be going to the next map. See you in a little while.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
What is up, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. We've just wrapped up our first 2 games of the day for teams in Group A and C, and we've still got 4 more games to go, meaning 4 more exciting matchups, and also 4 more rounds for these teams to start picking up those points to finalize the standings for week 1. Because remember, folks, we've got 6 whole weeks of the knockout stage, and the goal for everybody, make it to top 12. If you are not top 12, at the end of all 6 weeks of the knockout stage, you are out of the competition. You're out of here. No more in the running for the big prize pool. Now, overall,
and no more until next year. On top of that,
exactly. So, give us a quick rundown, Tash. What are we looking at for the leaderboard here?
we're still looking at no changes for the top 3 quite yet, except for Bermuda United still has another 4 more maps to catch up, so I wouldn't be surprised if they would be able to take at least the 2nd spot at the end of the day. CGGG as well, I'm expecting a lot from them as well as attack all around. They managed to come in, I think, from 10th place all the way to 8th, so that's also very, very exciting. Onyx as well, still maintaining that. And you know what's interesting? Onyx is also another team that doesn't have any booyahs and still doing pretty well. Consistency is key, and their consistency is making sure that they don't go or end the round without any points. Now, for Flash, WAG, Homeboys, Toda are teams that I'm quite worried about right now. Yes, there's still another 6 weeks, but you need to start figuring out what exactly is missing here. I mean, yes, you can come back on week number 2, but as the gap starts to really widen between yourself and the other teams, you have to play a little bit harder. You have to start really answering these questions, saying that, okay, now we have a 100 points you have to catch. What are we going to do? Do we have the stamina for it? Do we have the game plan for it? Can we catch up with everyone who already has a game plan in mind, and it doesn't seem like we have an answer for it?
And 100 points for a team that is not on the first page or on the left side of the leaderboard, that is a lot to ask for, right?
I mean, a lot to ask for, but it's not like before where it's just like, okay, grand final is just like a small amount of like cash prize, and everyone's just like, okay, it's fine, we're just gonna go next, we're just gonna go to grand finals, we're just gonna go to Point Rush and get our points there and just get our money there. No, this is like 100,000 on the line. Like, you have to actually take this as seriously. It's no longer a, oh my gosh, it's a knockout stage, it's a Mickey Mouse Cup, it doesn't really matter. No, it does now, because that 100,000 can mean a lot to you and your organization, can mean a lot to your team as well, and the development of your team for the future. Can we bring in new coaches, analysts? Can we bring in more support for our team? It's also something that's going to be very, very important for these teams. And coming from teams that have already been up there, like Bermuda United, like Attack all around, these are something that they have resources they have really, really been utilizing. But regardless, game will be starting right now. Map number 3. Let's see if teams are going to be utilizing or changing.
Alpine, let's go.
I'll take it, yeah, so that you can start taking the fights. Thank you. I don't want to go up high, it hurts.
It's okay.
Alpine, Alpine, Alpine. It's such a very, very mixed bag of a map. Not the biggest, but it's definitely the most interesting. Listen, call me crazy, but give me a vantage circle.
A vantage circle.
A vantage circle. Please give me a vantage circle. It's ridiculous.
It's a rare circle. I'd love to see it too, though.
I know. You know what? Another one is really good. I would love to see a Rivermouth circle as well.
I was going to say Rivermouth is a dope circle. I love seeing those really whack circles.
So it's not like I wanted a water circle. It's more of like I want to see how players react when the circle is in the middle of Rivermouth. So it's kind of like, do we want to stay toward the smaller island, or do we want to stay on the mainland? And if it does rotate toward the smaller island, what are we going to do? What's our contingency plan? It is still central circles. We're not going to get Rivermouth, so it is what it is. I'm going to be happy with that. And so are you guys at home.
And no vantage. Sad times. Sad times, sad days, Tash. But it is what it is. And it seems
I'm
like this-
surprised there's no early fights yet. Are you
I was
kidding me?
gonna say,
Usually it's
so
like
quiet.
it's like hitting the ground, and everyone's just like running, right? Oh, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. I cursed it. I need to shut up though.
We may have told a bit of a fib here because it's not just Todak that's under attack, it's also Onyx by Expand. So multiple teams are now actually going to be seeing another one here. Flash going to be attacked by Fikri. Thankfully, Yinbin's going to be okay, but looks like Raja is being chased by Shin. I think Todak is in a bit of an awkward spot. The team doesn't seem to be 100% ready to fight, but they are going to go for a multi-pronged attack. Artemis going to be going for the backstab there onto Fikri. Fikri is all alone. His team is not here to help him as well. So this could result in a very simple elimination. Raja, though, taken down on the side of Todak. I think Todak may have just taken more than they can chew here. Looks
This
like
is exciting. This is exciting. It is exciting. Wait, traps. Oh, this is dirty. This is dirty. If he remains hidden, oh, there we go. Shin spotted him. He was staying up a little bit too early. He didn't realize that Shin could probably see the top side of his body. Drops down that utility, and now he's just waiting once again. He likes to keep doing this. He likes to just play in that corner, drop it down, playing out, and now he's alone. Shin chunked down to very low. Holly, his teammate, is there, and now he's punished for that. He took way too long to knock down the player, but it's okay. Now, on the other side of the map, we already see another Malaysian team expand. 3 in the back, but does lose Zeus in that process. So immediately Roy gonna go for that revive, but now Elimination King coming in from Flash. I was just talking about them earlier. Could this be foreshadowing?
Could be. Looks like Onyx, though, going to be running into the crosshairs of the Axel. Thankfully, not too much damage there. But Expand, though, I have to say, this is a great opening for Expand. This team has had, if anything, I feel like they've had a pretty rough weekend, unfortunately. Just not really having the best games. They're kind of in the middle of the pack here, obviously looking to want to grab those points. So maybe Alpine is going to be the way to go for Expand. Just try and make sure that they can capitalize. Because keep in mind that Alpine is one of the better maps here for Expand. If anything, it is probably one of their signature maps. So if there's a time to do well, it might be today, or at least this game in particular. Looks like a tackle round, though, going to be running into Evos here, and it might not look too good here for a tackle round because Jump God is incredibly low, and Poon God immediately gets dropped as well. So a tackle round going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, but they have caught out of Evos inside the compound, and they do have the ammo to take them down. So it looks like a tackle round, even though it looked a little bit shaky, managing to turn things around and keep them in the game and take home some really nice elimination points as well. Unfortunately, though, I think Volley not going to be as much of a happy ending here. His teammates are there, but just a little bit too slow to provide that assistance.
Dang, what a shot. The jump shot coming through is insane. Now, Flash, if they manage to take down Day One United, this could be a huge statement if you think about it. Flash,
Artemis,
the team that's all the way at the bottom, regardless, the other members. Artemis does go down. Shin is already back. They need to quickly reconvene right now. Now, Shin, we already see Volley as well, as who's already back. Oh my gosh, go back to that. I want to see the conclusion of that fight, because on this side, we already see to our advantage Indostars going to my favorite island.
Yep, just gonna go for a short holiday, Tash. Just maybe go for a little quick loot. No one's here. The circle's not there, so maybe no one is there at all. So yeah, Indostar is going to be enjoying themselves. We do have a quick recap of the teams, though, and currently leading in eliminations, it is going to be Flash, followed by AAA, Dewa, and Expand. And the only team that is really struggling with one player remaining is Todak. They have almost the entire team gone, just with one last player. Hopefully they're going to get the revive off, otherwise they will be looking at a very early elimination here for the Malaysians. We do see a couple teams dropped in the meantime, though, and we're back into Expand's point of view here, as they are going to be traveling over to Vantage themselves, meaning that they actually might run into Indostars, because Indostars are there as well. And it looks like they actually managed to find Ojek on the side of Onyx. Instantly gets taken down, so Expand going to be securing themselves another elimination whilst on Vantage. I don't think we were expecting Advantage to be this crowded, but Expand and Indostars thinking the same line of thoughts here, looking to try and grab those loot. They are going to try and clip some heads here. Unfortunately, nobody going down on side of Expand, and actually they are porting onto the rooftop there. There is one player remaining on the ground here, and it's the Axel. I think he may have just missed the opportunity. He will go through just in time. Going to be joining his team at the last moment. And
that was at the last possible second, man. Like, I was so sure he was done for. That was insane.
He's lucky.
He was just way too lucky. Yeah, UAV is out. does show everyone in that area. Indostars does get caught out. The Axel has his eye on the other members of Indostars, but no follow-up quite yet. I think what these players want to do right now is to get off this island. See, I think the idea for all these players was to just get onto Vantage, quickly get that revive, because it's safe, it's so far out. But we were not expecting everyone to have the same idea.
Both of these teams would be thinking the same thing. Looks like we're going to be switching over to see Triple G, though, as they've managed to catch out EVOS here, removing Aim God from the competition. And it looks like Zen is going to be taken out, as well as the Axel. Indostar still clashing with Expand. And we have our first team eliminated from the competition. It's going to be none other than Todak. Unfortunately, this team just not able to find that revive point that they were looking for. This time, though, we are switching over to Dewa United, as they have run into Buriram United as well. Both of these teams going to be hiding right behind their glue walls, fighting around this rock as well, unable to find that opening, trying to go for the dash into Wasana, but Dewa are going to be losing their player instead of catching Wasana for themselves. I think Buriram going to be in a advantageous point here, because it's going to be an impossible task for Dewa to go for any of these pickups. They will get another knockdown as well. Mr. 05, it's going to be down to this last remaining player, Sam 13. Going to be eliminated as well from Dewa. 4 eliminations here for Buriram United.
Dang, Buriram United. Not getting that Booyah probably gave them a whole different feeling and mindset. You know, when you feel like you should have won that particular match, and you feel like you made a mistake, and I think that Buriram United is just one of those teams who are just thinking, okay, we made this mistake, we learned from it, okay, how can we apply what we learned in the next map? Now, Zeus this time already back from the revive, got a shot there for him as well. Kochil immediately just decimated right beside that vending machine. Now, his teammates are just not close inside at all. I'm surprised that Zeus is not trying to go for it, but the Axel has been revived all alone. You see Ray as well finds MR05. That's massive. Now, I really want to talk more about Ray. I'm not sure if you are very familiar with Ray, definitely, but for some reason, a lot of teams have been calling this particular player out about, like, I think about more about like just saying, I challenge Ray. I really want to take him and his team down. Why do you think this is a thing?
I mean, obviously, if you're wanting to take a player down, it means that they must be that good, Tash. Eliminate him from the competition, not have to deal with him at all. So, if anything, it's just respect from these players. Like, if you're being targeted, it means that you must be a major target, a major player for your team. Speaking of teams, though, we are seeing a bit of a skirmish here from God of Wolf. Now, God of Wolf, unfortunately, not having the best start today, but being able to pick up Crime here is going to be a nice bump in points here for this team, because they are looking to make that climb back up that leaderboard, Tash. Unfortunately, God of Wolf not in the safest spot. This team is potentially on the brink of being within the elimination range. So to get these points here, super, super important here for God of War.
This is interesting because Coach Chill has been brought back, but right underneath it, God of Wolf is just playing so separated to each other. It feels like they're just trying to surround Coach Chill from being able to get anywhere, and it's unlucky because Coach Chill literally just came down. He had no chance of even looting or reconvening with his teammates. So it's in a situation where if he goes down, he's going to have to be revived again, which is going to cost a lot of resources for his team. Now, attack all around, this is a little bit out of character, but very quiet very early. Usually they're so quick to go in for these fights. You can already see on the right side there, the revive's already happening, but attack all around, I think they're just going in for these small pick-off, these small fights, instead of like all-in wars, because they want to avoid third parties, is number one. Number two, they want to catch people in the mid-rotation, and their positioning in that compound toward the southern side of the scroll means that they can actually potentially become the gatekeepers as well and catch those stragglers as they try to get into the circle. Let's look at that. Onyx in trouble.
Onyx in trouble, actually being caught out by Expand here. They are going to shoot back some return fire. Not going to connect onto anybody, but it looks like Onyx is going to be okay. They do manage to get that pickup again. So they won't lose any players in the process. Actually going to be porting the entire team as well. And we do see a couple revives on the side of EVOS. So the team has managed to recover. And Dewa as well. A lot of the Indonesian teams still remaining within this competition here. Attack all round, although they have been playing a little bit more reserved as a team. I think they have been wanting to keep themselves grounded, not get too overconfident after their first victory in game number 2. Just try and play it safe, play consistently, get up there on that leaderboard, especially with how well they are doing today. Now, they are in a pretty awkward spot here because there are multiple teams surrounding them. They have God of Wolf on the ground over there. Indostars is nearby as well. And then on the other side, there's Buriram. So if they start hearing this gunfire, knowing Buriram, especially this late into the game, they're gonna want to try and get some of their eliminations in, because this is a team that is chasing for points to break into top 2 and potentially that top spot if they can keep things going for them. But for now, WAG, really quiet game for this team. We saw WAG pick things up for the first 2 games, weren't able to go super far with that aggression, and have sort of gone back to this very quiet style, focusing on those placement points. They do have their eyes set on Onyx, but no opening for these teams. They're just going to have to wait and see how these circles are going to be. But on the outside, though, Dewa, EVOS, and Indostars still trying to battle their way into the circle. The Indonesian teams, surprisingly enough, are the ones having to play on the outside and are being essentially gate-kept. Really interesting decision for the Indonesians.
WAG. It's so interesting because just now we were just talking about how they were literally just finding the momentum. It just feels like WAG hasn't been able to find that sweet spot when it comes to their firepower. I think they do have firepower. I think they can take these fights. It's just that they're not able to properly reconvene and play with each other. Now CGG, I think they have their sights on WAG. Purgatory does find another member of Dewa United. Dewa United, despite their good efforts in the last game getting second place, this time around not going to go further than that. Wasana going on the aggressive first, putting a lot of damage to Flash. Shin as well, eating up the damage from the blue zone. The jump shot by Wasana immediately chunking down that blue wall also means that it's gonna be almost the end for that particular team. Peter already down, Flash down and out, and one more this time around. And one more is an interesting player because he can play both the long-range weapons and short-range weapons in 2 different situations. In this situation, he barely even glanced at the other player before just knocking him out of the game.
Wow, I think the majority of the Indonesian teams and players have been eliminated from the competition. It's just down to Onyx with their last 2 players. Oh boy, not going to be too happy, unfortunately, with their positioning. But we do see multiple teams occupying the central compound, and Buriram is just on the outside, being gate-kept by EVOS. WAG going to be ending the round in 8th place, as we do see 2 teams really occupying this main compound. And again, it's attack all round. They love sitting on these rooftops. They love to gatekeep any teams that are within their sights. And unfortunately for Expand, going to be ending the round in 7th place, just not able to get their foothold into a good position. And look at this! We're just seeing attack all round, shooting these players down as if they're birds. 3 eliminations if they're able to get those final hits. Look, it's payday for attack all round. This team is just on fire today.
Dang, attack all around when given an inch and they take a whole mile. That's exactly what I saw from that, because they are a team that I think I saw a lot of potential for last season. But we didn't really see it happening on day number 1. Day number 2, we start to see, day number 1, they weren't playing. Day number 2, but we didn't really see, we only saw sparks of that yesterday. And now today is just really their true form. They had a dip of their toes into the pool yesterday. They're understanding how warm the water is, and they're saying, okay, this is what we need to bring to the party. This is what teams we're going to worry about, and this is how we're going to approach each and every single of this fight. CGG already with the 8 eliminations, so despite not having Peter, they're still going in to aggress. Toward the southern side of the circle, we're seeing 3 different teams. CGG, if they want to get into the circle, they have to worry about God of Wolf. They have to worry about getting to the northern side. Now, Buriram United, they're in trouble right now. What are they going to do when attack all around is already on the outside? Buriram United playing safe inside of the trains. They're putting a lot of pressure onto attack all around, and on top of that, attack all around is practically sandwiched in between 3 different teams. Not the best situation for them to be in, and attack all around left with only 2 players left. One outside in the blue zone, and he's taking a lot of damage.
On the other side, though, CGG actually able to flush out God of Wolf from their compound as well. And now this is going to be a really awkward one here for God of Wolf, because if they leave that crate, they are going to be bombarded with bullets, with grenades. CGG being on their backside. Look at this, so attack all around. Purgatory is actually in the same crate as well as Buriram, and he's going to try and survive, but he does immediately immediately go down to Wasana. A tackle round ending in 4th place for this round, leaving 3 teams remaining. God of Wolf, Buriram, C-Triple-G, all of these teams, but 2 of them in particular, really aiming for these points if they want to finish at the top of that leaderboard. Beautiful snipe they're coming in from Moshi, managing to catch out on fire. They weren't able to get the final hit to take him down, but the glue walls from C-Triple-G, they're waning, they're running out. God of Wolf is also causing them a lot of issues as well. I think that's going to be it. C-Triple-G out of the game. God of Wolf and Buriram. Let's see if God of Wolf, can they hold their ground up against the Giants? Jonah going to be running into Rip as well, immediately taken down within the crate. His team is not there to support him at all. They're going to turn around here. 3 players still alive for God of Wolf. Who are they going to go for next? Playing around all of these trains, just trying to work with the natural terrain if they can. They've got plenty of blue walls on Iza, but Dian, he has been caught. His teammate isn't there to help him at all. Ripper's all on his own. Now down to 2 players. Buriram still playing around with 3, still playing with their blue walls to try and block them in. Maybe that's going to have to be the play here for Buriram. Lock them in with those blue walls. Wasana going back to heal. Team is playing incredibly patiently. God of Wolf, though, they're actually going to try and go for the rush. Iza taking a lot of damage, copping too much damage from Buriram. They haven't finished him off, though. Iza hiding within the train yet again. His teammate playing in the backside as well. I'm surprised God of Wolf have managed to survive for this long, but they just can't catch these players on Buriram. They can't get those necessary headshots to drop them, to put them down. God of Wolf, so close yet so far. Buriram locking in our 3rd game with their booyah today.
Dang, Buriram United finally getting that booyah that they've been craving since map number 1. Buriram United played this very, very well, dealing with each team one by one. And not only that, they managed to really chunk down the damage coming in from attack all around first, being very patient and letting all the teams just waste their utility onto the other teams on the another side, as well as attack all around. Once attack all around has been very, very weak, all they had to do was just push out, pick off the remaining members of attack all around before finally moving up toward the middle side of the area and taking space inside of the trains. And once they were already safely inside of the trains, they were playing and just weaving in and out, giving themselves not only just natural cover but also cover from the utility. The other teams were just a little bit more unmatched because you can see the cooldowns are already expanded, their abilities expanded, all their utilities are pretty much already down and out, and they played it so very well. A good case of good positioning, good timing, and patience.
Although I have to say as well, props to God of Wolf. This team really stepped up this game as well. Props to the players that were able to survive that late into the circle as well. I feel like they were really trying their best to just masterfully weave themselves in and out of those train carts. The only thing missing for them, unfortunately, was just getting a crucial shot onto any of the Buriram players to drop them, because as soon as you start dropping players, that's when Buriram is going to be in trouble, because they have to make the decision, do we pick up our teammate or do we decide to rush in? They were able to play patiently because nobody was in danger of being knocked. So Buriram, great play, great defensive maneuvers, but I have to say God of Wolf, they have earned my respect after that amazing late game play.
Dang, the Thai teams are really stepping up today, but I really want to see more from I think we already start to see the rise of the Indonesian teams as well. The Garudas are starting to really go sky high. Flash had their moments, and I think that Flash could have played it a little bit better. It's just so unlucky that they played a 2-2 formation that in the end they don't have the advantage in terms of numbers when it comes to fights. When they are revived, before they could even reconvene and really bring themselves back, they just get deleted once again. And I think for Expand as well as the Malaysian teams, we get to see these very aggressive chases toward this player, Kochil from Stars. And I understand that one elimination is also something that you want to get these points for, but you felt like they spent too much time and resources such as trying to catch one player instead of working on trying to get not only space but also space, objective eliminations, as well as positioning, and also going in for proper team fights, because I feel like when you win these proper team fights, you not only win in terms of positioning, you don't only win in terms of getting of eliminating teams and numbers away, you get your points in your bag and also getting the utilities back as well when you win these fights.
Well, one thing that's happened after all of these fights is that Buriram is racking up points, Tash. They are racking up so many points. I think they ended the round in 16 eliminations. We will find out a little bit later on though, because we are going to speak to Buriram and see how they feel and their thoughts about the game that has just played out.
ทัศยาสุดซีไหนดี
God, guys.
แล้วก็
Actually, I want to tell you, Sky, what happened before we come in the interview section. He is a very playful guy, naughty มากๆ She is always trick me นะ If you I ask 1 plus 1 is 2, right? He will say 4.
โอเค
Okay, let's get back to our question. First question, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure that this is the only one trophy left for Buriram United Esport that you haven't got it yet. Any pressure?
เนื่องจากว่าถ้วยเนี้ยเป็นถ้วยแรกที่บุรีรัมย์ยังไม่เคยได้ กดดันไหมคะ
ปกติครับ เล่นปกติ
feeling normal is just play normal
Okay. Can you name 3 skills that suit this meta as a sniper of Buriram United Esport?
โอเคขอ3สกิลที่ควรเล่นในเมตานี้สำหรับสไนเปอร์ค่ะ
สำหรับสไนเปอร์ครับ
Yeah.
เป็น
The one you
เป็นทัศยาครับ ทัศยาโมโค
โมโค
ไนดีซูซี่ครับ
Susie?
แล้วก็
I asked just only 3.
Only 3.
Why you give me 4?
แถม
ขอแค่ 3 อ่ะ
แถม
Oh, buy tea, give 1 free.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay, the last one. Okay, this one is perfect for him. Any advice for aspiring gamer looking to compete in your level in the future?
มีคำแนะนำให้กับผู้เล่นทั่วไปที่อยากจะมาอยู่จุดเดียวกันกับเราที่จุดนี้ไหมคะ
ฝีมือไม่มีขายครับ อยากได้ต้องพยายาม
Skill play are not for sale if you want it you have to train hard
Yes, like that. Being an idol, a good senpai. Okay, thank you. This is Moshi for Buriram United Esport. Congratulations for your booyah. See you in next game. Are you ready?
no ready
Take. 3, 2, 1. Are you ready?
no
One more. Cut, one more. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Are you ready?
no
Last scene.
อ่ะ
3, 2, 1. Are you ready?
โอเค
Back to you, Showcaster.
Oh man, that energy. I can't get over that energy. It's great. Oh gosh. I love it when the players start playing around with those games as well. Super.
I mean,
super fun.
I think we don't really get to see a lot of these player
Their personalities,
personalities. Yes, I would really love to see proper. I think back in the day, I think Free Fire used to have like a tea time, I believe, where we had like a whole interview with the players. And I think that was like one of my favorite because I think like it's so important to just really humanize these players and tell our stories. You know, hearing about some of these players, how they had like a very very small phone. They had like a cheap phone. It's the only game. The Free Fire was the only game that they could play, and they ended up being very good at it and coming up this way. It's always very fun to hear. Regardless, enough about that because Moshi with the 3k instant damage, Homer as well in hand, and I was actually quite questioning like, are we even gonna be seeing a Homer or A124 today? My wish has been granted. Love seeing Homers in the game, and I think this must be the reason why Buriram United has been so good at just swarming the enemy team. Every time they drop in that Homer, it picks up one person. It's always an indicator it's going to be another 3 nearby. So when you have another 3 nearby, the slowdown, the laser that comes through as well doesn't allow for a reposition, and is making it very hard. And the team like as aggressive as Buriram United that's just so quick to collapse. It makes it so good for team wipes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect fit as well for Moshi because he's always in the backlines and he is deadly accurate. So for him to be able to complement his teammates, like, I mean, at the end of the day, right, Wasana, we always see Wasana and Jonah always in the front lines, giving those openings, waiting for Moshi as well to provide them those openings. Just Buriram, there's a reason why they have earned their reputation, and it's just because the team in general is so complementary with one another. They understand their roles, they know who they're supposed to be following, they know who to fall back to if things get a little bit hairy. But elimination leaders, let's have a quick look at this one. Wasana going to be in first place with 7 eliminations in that previous round, the most and highest streak in that previous round. In second place, we have Zeus and 1 more. And then in 4th place and 5th place, we have Folky and Poongod scoring 4 eliminations apiece. lots and lots of eliminations going in the way of our top competing teams in that previous round. The key players, though, it's going to be Wasana, Krillin, Crime, MKS, and Ray, with 7 eliminations, 5 headshots, 3 times being revived, and 6 times reviving his teammate. Ray, the Guardian Angel, EVOS. Actually, I have a question here so far for EVOS, because we have seen the Thai teams really perform today. What are your thoughts on the Indonesian teams today? I feel like today they have been on the up and down. Like, we haven't seen them really dominate in today's games at all, but they're definitely there. They're sort of sitting in the middle of the pack, it seems, in Group A and C.
I mean, I would say they're not as consistent as their brother team RRQ. That's for sure. RRQ a little bit more aggressive. I think, like, if I could rate RRQ, I think I would rate it on the same aggression level as Reverse Red, albeit not as, I would say, as heavy in terms of like actively looking for victims. Now, when you look at the other members of the Indonesian team today, I think it's great, because when you don't have teams with high momentum coming up forward, it gives them a lot of space and room to really work. You start to see teams like Indo Stars, you start to see teams like Day One United, like Onyx, really start to shine and take up space. But I'm really, really excited to just see EVOS today, because on day one, it didn't seem like they were shining, but today, last 3 games in particular, you really see them toward the mid game, and I'm really happy to see them really just show their fangs. Now, with Wuram United with a whopping 28 points, it's going to be a lot more points for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they're slowly making their way to the 3rd place already. Attack all around, despite some getting that booyah the last game, this around getting 4th place, still consistent enough with 17 points. To me, anything above 10 points is enough to guarantee you at least enough points to really just overtake another one above you. And right now, as I suspected, Wuram United on 3rd place, overtaking RRQ at 169 points. And oh my gosh, even CGG and Attack All Around are beginning to overtake teams like HEV and PE.
I mean, RRQ is even currently being threatened by both CGG and Attack All Round, and may even drop down to 6th place. And I think if you're RRQ, they probably thought that they did really good for their first 2 days, but now they're starting to get a better perspective of, okay, we played 2 games back to back. Our group is really tough, but we need to start getting more of these points. And the fact that even Reverse Red and Stalwart are not safe, considering the number of the points that they managed to get for their first 2 play days, I think it just goes to show how much closer the competition actually is.
Okay, now we're going to go to Kalahari. A map that I would say it's very, very complicated, very hard in terms of rotations.
The best.
It's the best, but I wouldn't say it's the most dangerous, because I think like Bermuda, Purgatory are a little bit more harder because they don't have the grappling hook. So when you play high grounds, it's a little bit more harder to reposition. But Kalahari is not too bad. But when you talk about Kalahari, it's all about the proficiency your team can be when it comes to long-range weapons. How well and how adept are you at positioning yourselves, and how much game sense you have when it comes to making sure your team is not going to get backstabbed or even shot from far away. Because I think yesterday was one of the most intense Kalahari matches. Those insane shots that come in from third parties, those kill steals that come through, was just a little bit too much for comfort. Regardless, I think we are about to go into the next game. Let's see what Kalahari has for us right now as we hop into the 4th map of the day.
Game number 4, folks. We're flying over Kalahari, and let's see what's going to be the flight path today for match 4. It's going to be a pretty forgiving one here, just going right down the center, a little bit more towards the northwest section. But it is dead center on this map. So wherever these teams want to go, if they want to go on their favorite drop points, they should be able to get it scot-free, unless we could be seeing some potential hot drops, which at this point of time, it looks like it's going to be very, very clear across the map. We're not seeing any of the teams currently competing for their drop zones. It's just going to be a very clean entry. So everyone playing this game will get a free entry, will be able to get their loot as well. And I am keen to know who will be the first team to engage another. We'll have to find out, but very, very clean game so far. Actually, here we go. So it's going to be Todak and Onyx currently wrestling for the maze here. Gary, unfortunately, going to be dropping on the side of Onyx, and their team doesn't seem to be in a very comfortable position so far, especially when it comes to their guns. Garu's going to have to try and play with that low ground. He does have access to a glue wall and will use it to try and keep himself up. Fikri did go down, though, so it's a 3 versus 3 situation happening on the maze. WAG, in the meantime, though, going to be looting in the nearby vicinity. Might be able to come in and vulture if he is lucky. Krillin is going to try his luck as well, and it looks like so far Todak may have enough power to just overwhelm Onyx here. We only have Jack left.
Wait, did they not see
him?
Jack? I don't think they saw him.
Oh
that
my
is
gosh.
so unlucky. I was so shocked because I was so sure that he was going to get knocked out, but I don't think he saw that. But I think they're also very, very distracted because there are some other players in the area. They want to make sure that they're able to go for that reset. And speaking of that, this is C-Triple-G. He's not on fire, already taking quite a lot of damage. And I think they really want to take this fight against Flash. Peter looking at the skies, making sure that no one's playing from the top side. And here is Krillin going in for that fight, rushing over to the back side. I don't think they are trying to really just go for it. Oh, actually, no. Boda is now in trouble. Zen getting knocked down first. And it's just still one more person to worry about. Traps goes down. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a team-wide Toda. This is not the best situation to be in, despite their success against Arctic just now.
Yeah, the fact that Krillin scouted them out, I feel like that was the biggest play for him. He didn't reveal himself. He basically just came in, gave them vision, helped them get the eliminations. Now, speaking of eliminations, our first team to be removed from the pool is going to be none other than Onyx. And Todak could be the next team eliminated if they're not able to stabilize very soon. We still have Fikri there, but with Gade here, this man is looking for blood. And poor Fikri, he's all alone. Actually, he will get Zen back into the game, and Zen's going to be flying in. So even if Fikri goes down, Zen could be his saving grace. But the issue I see here is Zen is still in the air. If he gets spotted, he will be shot down. And this is going to mark the end of the road for the Kalahari run for Todak, because Kalahari is also arguably one of the better maps for Todak. So for them to drop out this early in the competition, this would be a very, very big blow for this team.
Unfortunately, not the best situation as well. I think that was probably why they didn't want to take that against Jack, because they were so aware about WAG close by. Keroro, good reposition, but it's going to be Raz, it's just a little bit faster. A great dash forward, just really catch him. I think that was really good jukes, honestly, because I would expect to just use that so very early. Now, the other members of Attack All Around are going to say, okay, I think it's okay for us to just leave this compound first. My teammate is not close by, but speaking of being close by, Dolphin is now in trouble as Evos is now hitting the maze. What is up with the maze? Why is it attracting so many people here? Who knows? There must be an attraction matter, because I think at least 4 fights has happened here so far, and we're only in the first 5 minutes.
It's actually very, very true. All right, so we are switching over to the perspective of Attack All Round here. Going to be eliminating one of the players from WAG, but it was just a scout. Ghost does get picked up by his team, so I'm not going to be losing too much for the squad. And we are looking at Expand's point of view, just running over Mammoth here, looking to go for a chase here onto Kororo. They haven't spotted him yet, not quite got the angle, and I think they are forfeiting him. They didn't quite get him. They will see him now. Going to try and get those shots in. Kororo dodging for his life, but he gets shot down. Zeus just too good with that long range.
Damn. Expand already with one, headed toward Mammoth. But Evos, excuse me, that doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping their momentum anytime soon. I'm actually quite surprised at this change in pace. Seriously, because I think from map 1 today all the way till now, we've expected to see like very, very aggressive style gameplay. Purgatory, Bermuda, and now we hit Kalahari, and I was still expecting it to be just as aggressive. This was the map that teams such as Reverse Red wasn't able to go as aggressively. But this lull in fights was not something I expected to happen very, very soon. And speaking of that, UAV out, and immediately Dewa United is already on fire. They're going to immediately go and chunk down the other members. At the bottom here is going to be Flash that they have their eyes on. And Shin taking up so much damage. Thankfully, just not go down.
So close for Shin. He might actually be in trouble if he's not able to get any kind of heals off. He will be able to get the heal off. Mr. 17, though, just getting a little bit too over-aggressive there. Will be knocked down, and he's going to be down to his teammate instead. Bion09. Can he back his teammate up and maybe get the drops in for himself? Yanbin, though, going to be making that run around happen. They're going to have to try and break through those blue walls, and I think they managed to successfully do so. Flash looking pretty good in this fight so far. We do have 2 players currently isolated, now going to be going in for the chase themselves. Flash trying to get those downs. They are able to get it, and they will pick up volley as well. Dewa United, unfortunately, just losing that skirmish. And Flash, they're going to be ending this with a number of eliminations to their names. 4 points. Going to be super happy with the start.
This is a very interesting situation because I was so expecting that WHE would have been eliminated by now. But one knock, I think this is just one of those moments, right? I think we talked about this, about how some teams seem to have been deleted over and over, but there's always one player to just bring them back into the game. But I always also want to remind everyone that even though you are a team that is always able or always easy to revive people, do not be the team that's going to be the team that's getting farmed as you drop from the sky. And I think in this situation, because everyone is just so packed in this side of the map, it's so hard for anyone who's been revived to find a drop spot that's completely safe without getting knocked out immediately as well. And I think on top of being revived, right, not only do you also have to go around and look for your items and utility, you also have to worry about trying to find a place where you can meet safely with your teammates as well, because your teammates might not be close by for you to pick up items at the same time.
And yeah, you also aren't guaranteed to have a safe way to get to your teammates as well, right? Unless you have vision or information on where some of the surrounding teams are. Sometimes you just, if you get shot out of the sky, you don't really get a choice at all, do you? And you don't want to reveal your teammates in the process as well. So 10 teams remaining in this game, Tash, and we are still just looking at that second circle. 37 players on the map. That is 37 points on top of the placement points for our teams. Obviously going to be picking up some of those revives will also help with those elims, just pad the numbers a little bit. But yeah, so far it looks like everyone's just taking a very clean path to that central area.
This
now.
is a very slow rotation, honestly. I was expecting a little bit faster in terms of rotations as well, because it's quite a central circle. It's not like I would say a hard circle either, so the fact that a lot of people are taking time in the maze is possibly another indicator that not only were there a lot of fights already happening there, but a lot of loot was left behind. That's why I think EVOS took a lot of time to really pick up items there. And on top of that, because EVOS was the last team to leave from maze, that means they had potentially picked up some stragglers all the way in that area. I can already see that, okay, they are making their way into the circle, but for Flash, with 4 eliminations in the back, I think this is possibly the most aggressive I've seen them in the early rounds of the matches, and honestly, I like this change of pace for them.
I mean, you kind of have to like the change of pace, because if they don't start playing fast soon, I really think Flash is going to be one of those teams to fall behind and potentially be within that danger zone of bottom 6 now. Speaking of danger zone, good day. Spotting for his team so far, and they actually managed to catch Jump God there. Really great stuff coming in from Aim God to assist his team. We also see some grenades thrown down as well. Volky going to be dropping on the side of a tackle around. Unfortunately, Aim God does get dropped, but he will get picked up immediately by his team. And I think a tackle round, they're in danger. They're having to play on that low ground. But in the meantime, we are seeing another team actually going for a bit of a vulture play there onto EVOS. And unfortunately for EVOS, not able to save their teammate in the process. A tackle round are officially taken out of this game. But look at this. Flash looking for eliminations themselves, wanting to add to their kill count. Now up to 8 eliminations after picking up 2 of the players from EVOS. And of course, for them, they want to look for more. They want more points. And for Flash, if this is the game where they pop up, this is going to push them back into that safety zone on that leaderboard. They do manage to catch up good here for EVOS. So unfortunate for EVOS. They were able to hold off in that previous fight, but for Flash to just come in at the wrong time for this team, they were just not ready to deal with this at all.
Man, Flash! A whole different style of play, a whole different team, a whole different aggression. I am loving this for them. We always talk about teams that really take time to really warm up. And I think Flash is definitely one of those teams, because just in that previous match, I was saying I wanted to see more from the Vietnamese teams. I saw potential from them, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Regardless, it was still very, very early into the game. It's only about 10 minutes in, and Buram United still very, very slow. Buram United is the type of team that likes to really heat up or really go aggressive toward the second half of the game. Like, I think when you hit around the 3rd circle, and then suddenly you start to see them just really steamroll as they get into the areas. Now, we see somewhat on the top side of the area. The sniper technically was not able to take Wasana away. Super Triple G, eyes on the prize. I think they have already managed to scope out members of EVOS as well. And I'm questioning right now why they are giving away their position at the inside area of the circle. They do have a compound as well. They can safely play gatekeeper if they want to, but I think they want to take this fight. They want to force it if they can. And Flash, Yanbin at the bottom is trying to stay alive and really answer to that. They want to make sure they can play the bridge trolls here, cause Q will be punished for that. Shin already knocked down. EVOS on the outside. Perhaps they can go in for the third party if they want to. Yanbin still very much alive. Peter has his sights on him. Artemis knocked down. And now on fire will be the next one to be knocked down at the same time. Peter with his grenade launcher is doing so much damage to his team. And Peter has already noticed that Volley is already on the outside. Volley is just running for his life, trying to go for a reposition. Eats a chunk of damage from that grenade launcher. A good jump shot, as well as some shots coming through, and Volley will be eliminated as well. And now suddenly it's a team wipe, but not a Flash. Okay, finally it's gonna be Flash. Flash eliminated, and Buram United will be coming in for this fight against God of Wolf.
Oh my gosh, a rematch from our previous round, but God of Wolf this time just going to be taken down right off the bat. No chance to go for any kind of dancing, any kind of tango, especially when it comes to those trains. Down to our final 6 teams here, Tash, and well, CGGG gonna have to try and play against EVOS. Now, EVOS are really spread as a team, can very easily be punished here, and they're probably expecting, okay, if we lose 2 players to one side, we should be fine with the 2 players on the other side, because they're going to be going down. It's going to be down to Ray, but I don't think he's going to be able to win this battle up against Koski. He doesn't! Ray immediately getting dropped, leaving Abax all alone. This man has a tall task to try and get those placing points for this team. It's a little bit too much for one player to try and save the day, but sometimes you could be seeing some of those miracles. Now, speaking of miracles, Indo Stars are going to have to start praying for one, because running into Buriram is not something that they wanted on their Christmas list. 18 Deer going on to the low ground, but Kachil, caught on that second floor, is going to be taken down, pushing Buriram to 10 eliminations. And Wasana, he's done playing games. He wants to try and get rid of the sniper and just immediately cuts down Liam. He glances at him and Liam is already on the floor. Buriram now at 11 eliminations and 14 bodies, now 13 bodies on the map. WAG, one of the last couple teams remaining, going to try and start pressuring CGGG, but they're also revealing their position to Buriram. And if I was WAG, I'm not too happy with where I am right now. I'm pretty out there in the open. Very, very tense late game here for our 5 remaining teams. Buriram just going to try and loot as much as they can. The high ground, though, is going to be dominated by Buriram. IDNS, they are on the ground.
Wait, look at CGGG. I don't like their positioning. I don't like their positioning. This is really scary.
They are hiding, but look at this though. WAG, oh my gosh, Krillin has pulled it up onto the high ground. X-Ray though has been caught, will be taken down. On Fire is going to have to try and recover. He is incredibly low from his team. Down to a final 4 players here. Tash Buriram still causing havoc on this high ground. Nobody can stop them. There is no team in position that can actually deal with Buriram at this point of time. Now down to our final 3 teams. WAG, a full roster on the low ground, actually wanting to take down.
Are they actually going to take down CGGG? They did! They wiped out CGGG. This is massive. This is something I did not expect to happen so very soon from WAG. Finding
but this
momentum.
Is so awkward.
But this is so awkward because now Buram United is pushing up toward them. And now Wasana has managed to just knock them out of the sky. WAG with only 1 person left alive. Buram United very happy and healthy with 4. It's just all about finding the final member. You know what? They said that's fine. Leave you out there in the circle. Why don't we just get chunked out by the storm outside? And Buram United, rather coming here, jumps out forward. A nice wipeout. And there we go. Booyah for Buriram United. 2 in a row. What a statement play. But honestly, for WAG, this might be the beginning of something new.
This might be the beginning of something new. Maybe this is going to light that confidence in this team as well, knowing that they can actually get into 2nd place and to have to compete with Buriram. I'm really excited. Super excited for WAG. But if we do have to speak of a team, it's Buriram. They scored another Booyah to their name. I think we are very, very close to maybe having to rename this team as Booyaram United, because they just keep getting Booyahs. Today.
I can't believe you said that.
Come on. Okay, you never thought of this, all right? So let the
I think
genius.
there's a reason why I didn't think of it. But anyways, Buriram United Esports, another day, another dub. We love to see that for them, and also showing us a little bit, or rather serving us a little bit of what you guys didn't see if you guys didn't watch Free Fire World Series last year. We start to see a lot of tension come through as well, especially from God of Wolf here. I mean, I don't blame them because they are the type of team that they're trying to take fights, they're trying to be very proactive, but it doesn't seem that they found an answer yet to survive these situations. It's just very unlucky because every time they're in terms of their positioning has not been the best. It's always been toward the low side of the terrain. They're getting third-partied. I think timing is just literally not on their side.
It could also be just the teams trying to figure out, okay, where is the safest drop point for us, right? Because especially at the beginning of the tournament, teams generally will stick around to their typical favorite drop points because that's where they're most comfortable, and they're trying to gauge where the competition is currently dropping. So maybe everyone's just not really comfortable with where they are at the moment, and maybe next week that's when we're going to be starting to see some of those changes. The teams that are currently at a disadvantage, maybe changing up their drop points, maybe even deciding who do we hot drop, because a strategy that is very, very much a legitimate strategy in the case of Free Fire is that, okay, if you're struggling when you're dropping into the game, but you know your team is generally mechanically better than a certain few teams, sometimes it pays off to hot drop the weaker teams, to eliminate them early, to get those points, and it also secures you a new safe drop zone.
Oh man, I think the fights have been very, very interesting. I don't know whether it was because of the terrible flight path or whether because the circle was ping-ponging, because there are a lot of situations where when the circle is a little bit more different, when the circle is a bit more unpredictable, you start to see like the other teams that you don't expect to come up online to go online. But at the same time, I'm really hoping that isn't the case, because I really want to see teams like Flash, like Toda, like Homeboys, like all the other teams at the bottom, right? Like see Expand, really just to show us like what they have in store for us. I understand that being in the FFWS SEA means that fighting in a different or bigger ponds, but I want to see what they can bring in from Malaysia. My interview coming right at you here. Let's see what these players have to say and what their game plan is going to be after this.
Is this a deja vu or something? Because I already seen the last test game is Buriram, and also Buriram again. Hey, here is our Jonah ค่ะ Hey. Okay, Jonah, I want to know that what is your favorite weapon comp?
ขอคอมโบปืนที่ใช้หน่อยค่ะ
วูดพักเกอร์ครับ แล้วก็โทกอนครับ หรือชาร์จบัตเตอร์
Woodpecker or Trogon or Shard Butter
Why?
ทำไมคะ
มันมีดาเมจแรงครับ แล้วก็ลูกกระสุนเยอะมันต่อเนื่องได้
more damage and many fire rates can use this many times
Okay. So, do you satisfied with your team performance so far?
วันนี้พอใจกับผลงานของทีมเราไหมคะ
ก็พอใจครับ แล้วก็อีก2เกมที่เหลือก็จะไล่คิวนะครับ เพื่อให้ปอนได้ MVP
I'm very satisfied, and for the 2 games left we will let Wasana got more kill to get the MVP
Because we have a special prize for MVP every week. Until the end of the week, we will see that who is the most kill and got the MVP.
เพราะว่าเรามีรางวัลพิเศษสำหรับ MVP ในแต่ละวีคใช่ เพราะฉะนั้นเลยก็อยากให้ป้อนได้
I heard that you have any message to some opponents of you.
เหมือนจะมีข้อความอยากฝากถึงคู่แข่งเราใช่ไหมคะ ฝากถึงใคร
ก็ฝากถึงแฟนนะครับ ต่อให้คุณเสริมแต่งไปกี่คนสุดท้ายผมก็เหนือคุณอยู่ดี
Okay, to Team Flat from Vietnam, no matter how many players you have changed, you still cannot overcome me.
And that is Jonah from Buriram United Esports. Cute. Okay. Ready for the next game? Back to you, Shoutcaster.
just another booyah, just another day for Buriram, another day in the office. I think this team is just used to getting booyahs at this point. But, folks, we have wrapped up our first 4 games of the day. Yes, 4 games have been wrapped up, but we still have 2 more games to go. One of them being Nexterra, and then my favorite one, the random map. We still don't know what that map is.
I don't understand how random is like your favorite. Why?
Okay, so I think the reason why random I feel is such a great way to end the end of the brackets is because it does multiple things. Firstly, it's a surprise factor. These teams don't really... So the teams, from what I understand, they don't even know what this map is going to be until we find out what this map is. So it's a surprise for them as well as it is for us. Secondly, the fact that it's a random map, it could be any map within the competitive pool of Free Fire, meaning that it forces teams to have to be versatile. They need to be ready for whatever map it is going to be. And it doesn't help teams that specialize on a select few maps, because if you don't get the map you specialize on, that's going to mess you up completely. So you need to force this versatility, train on every single map, understand where you need to be, don't specialize. I really think teams, like, sure, you can specialize, but that almost means like you have to do well on your specialized maps. Otherwise, if you mess up on those maps, you're donezo's, because consistency for you probably out the window.
Ooh, that's interesting. I like your take. Coming into team stats again, it's interesting because just now, if you notice, they changed their team composition for this map. Because earlier, in the earlier maps, I think it was for, I can't remember if it was Purgatory or even Bermuda, they had 4 Tatsuyas. And on this particular map, they have a different comp. I'm really curious to see, like, I'm really hoping that we get to see more Booyahs for them, just so I can see what composition they play for each map. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know the reasoning behind it. I want to know why it works for them, and if it's going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Just kind of leave it.
I think it's good though. I think it's good because it shows a lot of mastery, as well as, I would say, adaptation and flexibility from the players as well. Because I was just saying how I was shocked to see a Tatsuya playing long range instead of a Mora, or I would see a Homer playing short range instead of, like, you know, a sniper with this Homer as well. I think it's all about adaptability, and these players are insane. I think at the end of the day, this is a first-person shooter. You shoot hit, you die. That is going to be the end of it. It doesn't matter what ability you're going to be using anyway.
And there's probably also a deeper thing that we as the viewers and even as casters are not going to understand with the teams. Like, the teams themselves, they have a deeper understanding of what their teams need, right? Like, they
need is
understand
one. Number 2, what are they comfortable in doing as well? Because sometimes when you can go to where, like, okay, this is the meta right now, 2 Tatsuya, 1 A124, and 1 Homer. Like, you can put anyone on A124, but are they actually going to utilize the utility properly? Are they going to take advantage of that? And what's the point if they're not going to use the ability and just go for raw pure aim? Might as well give them something that will
maximize the value.
Exactly.
And every player is different when it comes to maximizing. So, of course, like, there's only so much we can predict, but at the end of the day, like, whatever the players choose, that's their best. Like, we literally cannot judge whatever they decide to play. All right, so as we do get things wrapped up and prepare for the last 2 games, let's just quickly go through the points, because again, the leaderboard is changing, and I think we are now going to finally reach that point. We are going to start seeing some more of these teams shift on that leaderboard. So firstly, Buriram taking home 29 points in this round alone. CGGG also taking home 21 points. Big points for these 2 teams that are currently at the top of the leaderboard. WAG leaving a big mark in this round, taking home 18 points. EVOS with 14, Flash and Indostar taking home 12 apiece. Expand taking home 8 points. Todak with 7. Attack all round. I have to say, this is probably the most... I think Attack all round, this is probably the most poorly done map for them, unfortunately, but they are still sitting up there on that leaderboard. And look at this, Tash. Buriram, number 1.
Oh my gosh, they managed to do it. That's insane. And we have 2 more maps to go. That is wild. That is insanely wild.
It just goes to show how strong Buriram is as a team. Like, sure, Group B was... It's difficult, but you put them into Group A, and it just seems like the teams in Group A and C just
Okay.
can't deal with Buriram.
Okay.
No one has the solution here.
Let me kind of break something down for you, okay?
Sure.
Let me just push up my glasses and give you some armchair analysis thing going on. Buriram United are very, very mechanically great to watch. They're very, very, I wouldn't say by the textbook, they're very, very out of the box. Now, when you play as aggressively like Stalwart Esports, like Reverse Red, I noticed at certain maps, their playstyle will be punished very, very hard. And those two maps that I saw them getting punished was actually on Kalahari as well as Nexterra. Now, when you come into those kind of maps, which does not actually reward you, because one, it's so hard to take up space, you are going to be having those maps where you're not going to get any points. Regardless, more talk about this afterwards because we're going to go for a quick break before the final two maps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
What is up, survivors? Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. We're ready to jump into our final 2 games to close out the night and also to close out week number 1 of the knockout stage, because we've already concluded all the matches for Group B, but the teams in Group A and C, 2 more games to go, 2 more games to rack up those points and to figure out, okay, where are we going to be on that leaderboard? Because the goal for the knockout stage, you want to be top 12. If you are in the bottom 6, because we are looking at 18 teams total here, if you are bottom 6, you are at risk of being eliminated from the tournament at the end of the knockout stage. Sure, we have 6 weeks of knockouts, but if you start dropping your games here on out, you are going to make that path, that climb, so much more difficult as the tournament progresses.
This is very fun to watch how Buram United, despite not playing on day number 1, still managing to show us that slow and steady wins the race. Consistency is key, and not having to play high risk, high reward every game can put you at the top at the very end. Now, Nexterra will be the next map we're going for before going into the random one. So day 1, we got a Nexterra random. Day 2, we managed to get a Kalahari random. Now, my question is whether day 3 will be a repeat of these 2 maps, or are we going to be seeing other maps? Regardless, I'm really liking the change in pace today from all the teams. It's not too aggressive too early. It gives a lot of teams a little bit more breathing room to really prepare themselves for these fights compared to like having Stalwart Esports or even Reverse Red in the game. But it also shows that when you play a little bit more consistently, you play a little bit more on tempo, you don't run off gas very, very soon. You have to be careful because it's still another 6 weeks, it's still 6 maps per game. You have to try and make sure that all your energy, that you don't actually hit fatigue too soon and have the last 2 maps of the day a throwaway map.
Yeah, you don't want to plateau. Always be going up, right? Collecting all those points. So let's talk about what's going to happen next. We've got Nexterra, and our teams have already played 4 games as well. Fatigue is probably starting to creep in for some of these teams, and I also suspect for some of the teams too, maybe their mental is starting to decline, because there are a number of teams I kind of feel like could have done a little bit better today, but they haven't had the best day. Different circumstances for all of them. Some teams just really unlucky running into the wrong teams at the wrong time. In other circumstances, I kind of feel like the teams have sort of petered out. I'm not exactly sure what has happened to them. I think in particular, I do want to highlight our Indonesian teams. The Indonesian teams really popped off for their first initial games, but for today, or at least the teams remaining and are playing today, the Indonesian teams in particular, I know I seem very harsh, but I do have high expectations for this region. They have the potential. They have definitely plateaued today. And I'm wondering, is it just the effect of attack all round, Buram and C-Triple-G just existing in all of the matches?
I think that is a question that all these players need to ask themselves. But I also think that in terms of a team from Indonesia that really showed, it's going to be RRQ. They are a team that matches in terms of aggression. They are a team that knows when to take a fight and when to take a step back. Now, I'm really hoping for the other Indonesian teams to really, I would say, rise to that call. Because again, we have Thai teams just really challenging these Indonesian teams. What we want to see a new region rise to the top here in Southeast Asia. I mean, it's always exciting when there's a lot of expectations from Thai teams. They love the battle royale genre. I think in particular is just something that the Thai teams always tend to really, do well in. But at the same time, you also want a new king to rise to the top after a while. I mean, end of the day, we can't keep seeing the same aggression, the same set of play come through. I want to see some outplays, if possible, as well today, if we can.
I mean, I think everyone wants to see an underdog coming up and rising through the ashes, right? But is it going to happen in these last 2 games? We'll only have to wait and see if that's going to end up being the case. But Nexterra, this is a map where a lot of teams, it's do or die. It's either a map that you're good at, or it's a map that you're just simply not good at. And of course, we do need to remember this is technically still the newer map for all of our competing teams. Obviously, if that's talking about the OG map, Bermuda, everyone's played Bermuda. If you don't know how to play Bermuda, I don't know what to say. But if you don't understand how to play Nexterra because the map is just so new, and I think a lot of strategies are still not.
I mean, I
yet.
don't think it's super new. It's been there for like what, a year now?
Even though it's been out for a year, I don't think the map has been explored to its full potential yet. I do feel like you need to spend a couple years on a map for players to sort of figure out like, hey, there's all these little hiding spots that people haven't fully utilized, because typically people play the winning formula. They don't really explore outside of that typical box. So
Oh yeah.
I still feel like there are so many more things people could do with Nexterra, and we just haven't seen it yet.
You know what my favorite thing about Nexterra is? I love GravLab fights. Because you have that anti-gravity high jumps. I love to see teams that do so well when it comes to really abusing that kind of stuff, because it's a new mechanic, definitely, and it also shows a different depth and style of gameplay. I think Portal Go as well has been some of my new favorite metas to see in the game, especially those very ballsy ones. You get really, really close, you don't get information, you just jump in and suddenly you just sort of like collapse, this domino effect onto the enemy team that's waiting on the other side, because you work so very quickly. I also love this one play I saw I think 2 days ago, where this one team put a portal go that's pretty close to each other, but because there are just so many, I would say, glue walls around, what they did was he would go inside, put in the damage, he feels threatened and in trouble, he's getting boxed, he just moves out again and teleports over to the other side of the area. It's very, very close by. When you're weaving in and out like that, it's almost disgusting seeing someone abuse it that way.
Alrighty, so I do think we are ready to jump into the game, folks. So let's do it. Nexterra, game number 5. Let's have some fun. Thank goodness my coffee came in time. I was about to ask you if you could open so I could get my coffee before.
Oh,
we're Gucci. No, we're Gucci. I got my coffee. No, I had to boil water and I was afraid like I couldn't boil it in time.
Oh wow.
It's fine. Nexterra, and oh gosh, this looks like a dead center flight path here for our teams. Nothing too crazy, nothing too punishing, it seems. And yep, right down the center, a little bit more towards the right hand side, but who cares? Still dead center. And are we going to be seeing any hot drops from these teams as they decide where they're going to be dropping? Intellect is going to be secured by Todak. It seems no contest at all. And I think we're looking at a pretty clear game here, Tash. I think a lot of respect being given to all of our competitors. Although, hang on a minute. I am seeing God of Wolf contesting Indostars here.
Wait, look at WAG and Attack All Around. Alongside Buram United.
Ooh.
Also very, very fun.
A Goliath of a fight, and it looks like Indostars are able to get the jump onto God of Wolf and Attack All Round as well. Also going to be getting the jump there onto WAG this time. Immediate revive, but look at the number of players and teams that are getting revived and killed and knocked down in the kill feed. WAG just having a free time inside that building, but now we're going to be seeing the perspective of Cyrus, able to get a kill himself, but he has lost his teammate Krillin on the other side of the map. WAG, you run into Attack All Round. I'd be scared. I'd be sweating bullets. I'd want to be getting out of here. I would want to hit the emergency eject button, but I don't know if they're going to find one in time.
Wait, look at where Dolphin is.
Oh,
he's
gosh,
going for that
Dolphin.
revive. He went for that revive already. He's fine. Now he's trying to try and help his teammate. Separated. Cyrus goes down. Double kill already for Cyrus. He's going to be very happy with that. Not only did he get that revive, but he's also managing to get those picks as well. 3 eliminations in the bag. And on top of that, to Attack All Around, that is massive. One player of Attack All Around has already left the area. I think there's another member of WAG right beside that player. If they manage to get a pick off onto them, no, I don't think he did. They just slipped away. There we go. Immediately, Keroro got to just revive his teammate. So that's very, very quick how they're able to get away with that.
Very quick as well. I was 100% certain that was going to be a fully committed fight. Speaking of fully committed fights, so we're still seeing WAG being eaten up by Attack All Round, unfortunately. But again, Krillin gets picked up once more, and this time we're going to be looking at the perspective of Expand here. Crime MKS trying to break this vehicle by Jack. And I think they might be successful. His teammates are here as well, just doing enough damage to slow down that vehicle. God of Wolf. Looks like the team is pretty spread out here. Dion just going to be looting for the team. And it looks like things have settled down here, Tash. So after the initial skirmishes, everyone's going to be going into looting mode. And I'm curious to know what is going to be the path for these teams. Where do they want to go? And where is this circle going to wind up? Because we haven't really got we don't have a lot of information as to whether this is going to be a very central circle. Is it going to be more towards the side of the map? What are we kind of getting here for our circles?
We are gonna be getting pain, action. No, I'm just playing. Okay, let's have a look at this one. We have CGG, Dewa United. Dewa United is a team that I think had a lot of potential today. We start to see them coming up on top. They were a little bit lost yesterday, if you ask me. But today it seems like they have a little bit more of an idea of how exactly they want to navigate the map. That they haven't been able to match firepower to the Thai team. Speaking of that, MRO5 has been spectacular today. Very, very aggressive. He's always one of those players to just really get those rack up a whole bunch of number of pickoffs. And speaking of pickoffs, Beyond going in big, also alongside his teammate. CGG might have bitten off more than they can chew. They already had, 2-3 players already knocked out. I think one more player is just running for their lives right now. And I think there's not going to be a problem going in for that revive. Regardless, them giving 4 eliminations to Dewa United is the concern here right now. Because Dewa United, they're a type of team that's very momentum heavy. They're a type of team that when they feel good, they can keep going. And can CGG kind of bounce back from this is also another question as well. Because this Twin Bridges era is the place that they wanted to have. They wanted to hold on to. They were actually looting. And now suddenly everything they've done in the first, 5 minutes of the game, gone and to start all over again from the beginning.
Although thankfully for CGG, they are not completely crippled with one player. I saw Peter getting revived. I think there was another player that got revived as well. So CGG are still definitely back into this game, but they're just going to have to figure out how they're going to fix up their macro, because to have players being revived, I think we've talked about this before. If you get revived, you come back with basically nothing. You've reset, you've got to figure out how you're going to get your loot. Sometimes it'll be through your teammates feeding you, but in most cases, you're just going to have to loot whatever is left on the map. But speaking of the map, we could be seeing 2 teams potentially clashing here. EVOS running into Flash. Now, I don't think Flash has any information about this, so this could be a bit of a surprise factor that goes in favor of EVOS, although they're turning around. Okay, nope, they're going on to Shin. All right, hang on a minute. Shin is isolated and all alone. They should be able to finish him off, although the glue balls are buying him plenty of time. The team is coming in. Hang on a minute. Have EVOS completely fumbled the ball? That might have actually just happened here. Ray will eventually go down. Flash has come in to try and reinforce and help their teammates in the process. 2 players down on the side of EVOS. Flash is still sticking around, trying to do their best. G'day, though, will take Volley down. He's going to stick around, try to help his teammates out. Flash, though, still have players. Oh, Abax! Immediately gets shot down and grounded onto the floor. Amgod, though, will be able to pick up his teammate. G'day is there, Ray is there, and I think Flash, they just weren't able to finish this off. Although I did see one player run off the side of the map. I think they're actually reviving back in. So even though things went haywire for Flash, they were able to bring their players back into this game. Although they will be coming back in fresh with no items, no equipment. We'll have to see if they can continue to survive and eventually re-macro up for the next phase.
Indo Stars, a team that's already got 2 booyahs. Team that's very hot and cold, gonna meet with another Indonesian team, Dewa United. Beyond knocked out already. Liam, one of those players who just have really high firepower, immediately punished by another member, MRO7. Raz from the bottom side wants to put in the hurt. EVOS already knocked out of the game, but coming back to this particular fight, Kochil, a jump shot forward, takes out another member. It looks so good right now for Indo Stars. They're so very aggressive. Still only have to worry about some members of Dewa United. I think one of them did manage to get away. Don't think it's a team wipe quite yet. Yep, there's 2 more members still very much alive. MR17 is on the other side, alongside MRO5. MRO5 is the one they need to worry about, because MRO5, high firepower, the ability to go into a 1v3 if they want to. MR17 is just skedaddling, running with his tail between his legs. But barely taking any damage. He is all alone. Raz is close by, chucking out damage. A 3 versus 1. That is it for him. He's gonna get knocked out. No picking up himself, and now just hoping that his other teammate is able to just get out alive. I think there won't be a problem with that because he's already so far away. Wait, actually, another member, Lim, so close by. He's actually just waiting by this vending machine here, making sure that he's not there. But the blue zone, not doing them any favors. Here's MR05. He puts in the damage. Quick work with that utility. Lim, 4 HP, trying to go all around. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught off guard, and eventually still goes up alive. 18 here at the very top. Lim wins it in the end, and I think that might have just been a team wipe. Is it? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so. I think he was the last one sitting. I think he did manage to get the revive before going down. I think he did.
Okay, Buriram in the meantime though is going to be in the same compound here as Todak. It's just 2 of Buriram, but their teammates are nearby Tash, so we could expect a potential rush coming in, and they are going to provide some grenade support from the sidelines here. So Buriram, how are they going to engage into this? And Todak, are they ready for this? Zen just cut down by Puna. This man so accurate with his shots, and now they're going to start blazing into this building. Todak, unless they can pop some heads as soon as Buriram starts peeking. I think this is just going to go south for them, unfortunately. And oh my gosh, they tried to go for Jonah, but they couldn't even finish him off. Just a tiny bit of damage. It just wasn't enough to go for that one tap. Now going onto that high ground though, jumping right in, hoping that they can actually finish him off with the shotgun. Puna, his connections are not fully connecting here. He is dropping his target down to half health. He has managed to reset though, and traps. He's trapped. Stuck in all those blue walls, will be finished off. And I think this might just be it for Buriram. They have won the compound, they have eliminated Todak and added 4 points to their name.
Honestly, this is so intense so very early. Jack putting in the damage. Gardu already dashing up forward, finds Ja. But the thing is, Za thought that he was able to like really take up that space, wasn't able to reply. And Gardu, I really love watching him play. How he utilizes these cooldowns has been massive. Gardu coming up forward, still finding the other members of God of Wolf, finds it, wipes the other team out right before he was able to go in for that revive. That is unlucky and just not the best for them as well. And we might have seen another team wipe, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. Brum United takes out Indo Stars. 9th place for them. 2 in a row. These teams are getting very aggressive toward the end of the day.
Towards the end of the day and also towards the end of this 3rd circle. Look at this though, we are seeing so many teams occupy the dead center of that safe zone, just wanting to put themselves in the most advantageous position as possible. And WAG catching out Flash, 2 of their players, but look at this though, Onyx actually jumping into the fray as well. It's only 2 players though, unfortunately, and I think they don't want to have anything to do with WAG, who has access to that compound. So it looks like teams, they are trying to find out where they want to be. And Buriram, so they've actually managed to secure themselves 2 compounds. Expand in the meantime though are on the outer edge. They are just trying to finish up this fight here, hoping that they're going to be able to sneak their way into that inner circle. But unfortunately, it is going to be very well guarded. As you can see on that map, they will be running into one of the Indonesian teams here, and very likely are going to be gate kept. So if they can try and find a sneaky way in without being spotted, or hope that Onyx are going to be kept busy elsewhere, this might just be a really difficult late game here for Expand.
Expand. I think there was a lot of pressure onto them, especially from the Malaysia region, because there's such a long household name. Speaking of that, Flash today has been doing very well, but let's see if Boram United can actually stop there. I would say the momentum. Wasana finds 1 and so does Puna. 2 already burnt down to the ground, and Flash immediately deleted. This is one of the fastest fights I've ever seen. Now in this particular area of the map, Expand is trying to fight for this area against Onyx. Roy inside the compound. I don't think they're going to be able to get inside. Not too sure. We are already seeing CGG have their sights onto Expand as well. Expand sandwich between the 2 teams. They have to be careful. This is not the best place for them to stay.
Yeah, if you're Expand, you're kind of hoping that CGG actually go onto Onyx, but that doesn't seem to be the case, actually. I do believe it's CGG engaging into Expand on that low ground, and Onyx going to be joining the fray as well. Onyx, Expand, wanting to fight for this compound, and actually I think this might just be going in favor of Expand. They might have been able to overwhelm them. They're really playing with those blue walls, trying to block them in. Joel going to be going down there on the side of Onyx. It's going to be down to Jack and Gardu, but between the 2 of them, will they be able to pull through this fight? It looks like they want to try and get They want to try and get away. They're trying to use the portal to escape. But it's going to be so difficult. This circle is getting very small. And look at this. Expand. They've managed to recoup. And obviously, they're going to be chasing after Onyx after what has just happened in that fight. Onyx are going to have to watch their backs, but also watch their sides, because we are seeing another fight happening on the other side. WAG going up against Buriram in a separate compound. We do have one more Indonesian team left in this game, and it is going to be Sam13 from Dewa, all alone, just trying to hide himself from this fight. And hang on a minute, though. Onyx really wanting to stick their nose into this fight. I have to say they're really ballsy, but if this pays off, it would have been huge. For Gadu, he's been left behind, and he's going to be going down to Expand, meaning that this is all going to be down to Jack.
Wait, Jack's alone.
Try and get those placement points for the team. Although he could run into the ghost. Actually tries to shoot him down, and also revealing himself to Krillin as well, using the portal to go on top of them. It's a 2v1 situation. That man is brave. I'm going to have to say that.
What a jump!
Buriram, though, going to be going for another fight. Dolphin going down to Buriram. WAG slowly crumbling under this pressure. And I have to say, C-Triple-G in this game, I don't know how this team does not have any eliminations yet. They have waited for the late game, but no eliminations, and they're right next to Expand. So we will possibly be seeing this team slowly come online as this game goes later and later. 16 left, 15 players, Tash. I think it's time.
I think it's really unlucky for C-Triple-G. They've been trying to go for those early fights, but they keep getting denied. Now, as Onyx goes down, one more as well needs to go for that revive. Immediately gets picked up by his teammates. I don't think C-Triple-G wants to go for that fight because they want to make sure that they're able to survive till the end. Placement points is what they're trying to go for here, but Buriram United playing aggressive and immediately claiming the middle side of the circle. Jonah takes a lot of damage, goes over on the other side, and they also have a vehicle here too. This is interesting. Expand, I don't think that even though they do have the compound, their compound is not where the circle is favoring. If they're going to have to leave the area at one point or the next, and when they do, it's going to be C-Triple-G waiting outside there with open arms. Now, I noticed the vehicle was already on fire, so I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about that. Crime and Chaos on the top side here, going ring around the Rosie, playing on top of the area. Wasana on the top side.
Time to
Gonna
move.
have so much information. We see C-Triple-G very happy and healthy in the middle side of the compound. WAG does eventually go down, and now we're down to the last 3 teams, and the utility comes down just to really flush out the left side of the building.
Rosters.
No one leaving the area quite right. Expand has one player already knocked down. No problem getting the pickup. I don't think so. Wasana thinks he's going to just immediately delete him from the area. Expand pushed out of the compound, and now they're just boxing that little corner between the zone as well as the ice wall.
They got out. They actually managed to portal onto the other side and have managed to backstab into Buriram. They got rid of Moshi, but the Axel is going to go down. Buriram, they're trying to turn around to save their teammates, but this actually could be the opening that C-Triple-G need to jump onto Buriram. That backstab may be the reason why they win this game. Buriram, they're still sticking around. All 3 players still up and going. 20 kills to their name, looking to try and grab some more, trying to buy time and find that opening to backstab C-Triple-G. If they can somehow turn this around as a 3-man team, this would be huge. But I'm seeing Buriram players dropping left, right, and center, and that's going to be it. C-Triple-G, the opening by Expand, giving C-Triple-G the chance to backstab Buriram when they had to turn their backs to deal with Expand. What a late game. Oh my goodness. The inclusion of portals to the game, I have to say, it has really made Free Fire an absolute joy to watch. The tactical foresight required by these teams in the late games, like just having all these utility abilities.
I mean, speaking of
Free Fire
late games,
back in the day is so different to now.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, on top of the late games, what a late high five. I think they waited at least 2 minutes to high five each other. Like, what the heck happened there, man? Honestly, I would say that this is a good play by C-Triple-G. They decided that, okay, us taking fights is not giving us as many points as we like. Let's just play it safe. Let's just play the survival game. We don't have to take fights. We just try and just run and keep alive as much as we can. I think they may have given out more points than they would have liked to take during this game. I think they got revived like 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the game, and they didn't have any pickoffs until toward the last circle, which is literally just Expand and Buriram United.
I think it was 3 total.
It was 3 total, so that means 15 points. Not honestly for me, given the format, not the best situations, but at the same time, if a booyah is what they needed to really propel them forward or give them extra points, everyone has their own different ways, their own different styles of play and their own objectives. And I think for them, it's about getting those booyahs, because end of the day, if you remember, tiebreakers, the first tiebreaker they have to worry about is the number of booyahs. And I think that's what they're trying to focus on right now.
Very, very likely the case here. See you, Triple G, though. Unfortunately, the sad thing with this team is that even though they got the booyah, they will not be on top for points, because Buriram, if I'm not mistaken, they ended the round with 20 eliminations. 20. So we're looking at 29 points, even though they came second. So they're totally fine with their placement. They're totally okay. That's going to just push them further and further ahead on that leaderboard.
This is going to be very interesting. WAG has those pop-off moments, but didn't really manage to really seal it toward the end. I think WAG's biggest problem is that they are playing too separated. I think the communication is not quite there, so they're not able to really move together as a team to really come around and just take up these fights properly without getting picked off one by one. Every time they go for the revive, instantly they're going to be able to be picked off. Now, another team that I'm very excited about is Flash. We saw them start to really rise up to the last game. We're starting to see the momentum really carry forward in this one. Yes, they're not getting booyahs. Yes, they're not really surviving onto the top 5s. But the fact that they're getting these elimination points and going toward the next game with over 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 points, it's already a lot. It's something to be proud of to me as well. Because once you've figured out how to deal with the initial firepower and surviving, then throughout the next 6 weeks, all you have to worry about right now is, okay, now that we've learned how to team fights, let's work on our rotations. Now we've already worked on our rotations, let's figure out how we can play together as a team to make sure that we can survive till the end. Let's figure out how we can play aggressively as Buriram United. Again, these 6 weeks are going to be a very pivotal moment to teams that have learned a lot. And I think that out of all of the teams I've seen the last 3 days, Flash has been a team that has learned quite a lot and slowly applying all of their mistakes into the next game they've seen. Regardless, now we have an interview, and I'm really excited to see what the teams have to say to the interviewer and see a little bit more of the players' personalities on cam. So let's see what they have to say.
It looks like today is a good day for ZZGG! Yay! Come back here again, ZZGG. And today it looks like a sniper day, because there are a lot of snipers come here to have an interview with us. And here, our CGG sniper, can you introduce yourself? แนะนำตัวเอง
สวัสดีครับผม CG One More ครับ
นี่ you wanna talk one more time
สวัสดีครับ
I'm sorry just kidding just kidding okay first question I wanna know in your opinion which team will be the top team that gonna break to the final round คิดว่าท็อป 3 ในใจของเราที่จะไปถึงรอบไฟนอลแน่ๆคือทีมอะไรคะ
ในใจของผมก็ 3 ทีมไทยครับ แต่ก็ไม่ชัวร์ว่าเป็นทีมไหนแต่น่าจะทีมไทยทุกทีม
Oh. I'm sure that it will be all Thai team, but I cannot tell which team.
Okay, if I ask like this, Thai team, do you sure that Thai team will go to the Vietnam all 5?
คิดว่าทีมไทยจะได้ไปเวียดนามทั้ง 5 ทีมเลยไหมคะ
คิดว่าได้ไปทุกทีมครับ
Oh.
I'm sure our team can go.
Okay. Which rank do you think that you will get today?
คิดว่าวันนี้จะได้ที่เท่าไหร่คะ
ว่าวันนี้เราน่าจะกลับขึ้นมาที่ 2 ได้ครับก็ที่ 1 น่าจะไม่ทันอยู่แล้ว
I think we can come back to second place, but we cannot overcome Buriram United.
If I let you rank the team in Thailand, can you rank the team in Thailand from 1 to 3 for first?
เรียง
From get 1 to the biggest.
เรียงอันดับทีมไทยที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดลงมา 5 อันดับ
อันดับ 1 CG อันดับ 2 บุรีรัมย์อันดับ 3 STE อันดับ 4 AA อันดับ 5 เลสครับ
Oh my god!
Number 1 is Buriram United. No, sorry. Number 1 is CGGG, of course. Second is Buriram United Esport. The third one, stalwart esport, right?
Yes.
Fourth one is attack all round, and the last one is reverse raid.
Why do you think that reverse raid got into the 5th place for you?
ทำไมถึงคิดว่า reverse raid ถึงมาอยู่อันดับ 5 คะ
ผมพูดเล่นเฉย
He's just kidding.
Okay. Anything you wanna say to your opponent?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงคู่แข่งของเราไหมคะ
ๆ สินเจ้าทีมเฮฟวี่ พวกนายคือเป้าหมายใหม่ของเรา เตรียมตัวเลย
Hello Team Heavy, you are our new target. Be prepared.
Oh, okay. Okay, are you ready for the last game?
พร้อมไหมคะสำหรับเกมสุดท้าย
พร้อมมากครับ
Our players are ready for the last game. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Okay, that's a very bold claim here coming from a team that ranked below Bermuda United last year. I think this is in a way a challenge to say that, okay, even though you were ranked last year second place in Free Fire World Series, here in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, we are going to be taking your spot and then going all the way till the end. Now, I do have questions though. I mean, just like Yawa's questioning why heavy, and I think
Yeah,
it's
I
probably...
was asking like why heavy? Like
I
what did
think
they do?
I think it was more of the drop spot that was going to be the problem here, because I think in a lot of early fights on day number 1, if I'm not mistaken, Heavy was a team that happened to meet them either in the initial drop spots or either in their rotations. I think Heavy was a very interesting team per se, because they were taking fights against C-Triple-G's, number 1. Number 2, it was always a hit or miss. Either they would win or either they would lose with but with severe damage, or they would lose. But still, I mean, like, I think both teams are just in a way just butting heads around areas they were taking for rotations. Now, looking at one more here, I think I've already highlighted him a lot in the previous games. He managed to get the MVP, but this time around, he's still the long-range player using Tatsuya. I think it's great that he is trying his best to play not against the meta, but working with what works for himself. But surprisingly, with Tatsuya and also the long-range pick, personally, I would rather see a Mora. But I think for him, there must be a reason why. And I think that it's because the team wanted to play a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more toward that short range fights, which is possibly why they wanted to play like in a very passive way. Because when you have one more playing aggressive and also picking up fights or picks from long range, it attracts way too much attention.
All right, so as we get the players ready for our random map, and also we do need to roll this random map to see what it is going to be. Let's have a look at the player stats for our previous matchup. So we have Wasada sitting on 8 eliminations, followed by X-Roy, Kiba, Crime MKS, and Kororo, all 4 players technically in second place with 6 eliminations apiece. Now, our key players aside from Wasana, we have Mr. 17 for rescuing his teammate 2 times, Moshi for 3,400, almost 3.5k damage. And lastly, for On Fire, this man got picked up 3 times. I mean, this is to be fair, this is to be expected. C-Triple-G, they did have a pretty tough game. It was a game of revival for this team, but you know, at the end of the day, they managed to get the booyah. I think they're pretty happy. Even though they don't get the eliminations, those placement points are going to be really, really important for this team. Now, not just this team, everyone in our final game here, our random map. I need to know, and I know you want to know as well, Tash, what is this last map going to be? Because we said this yesterday, this last map could set the pace for teams that either need the points the most or for teams that are already currently topping that leaderboard. And very quickly, just going over these points, Ram, yes, they came second, but they had 20 eliminations. So 29 points for this team. Absolutely deserved. They were on fire this matchup, but I'm surprised C-Triple-G actually went down to 4th place. I kind of thought that place would be higher, but
I'm not surprised.
Onyx did a fabulous job, and so did Expand. They got so many eliminations.
I'm excited for Onyx and Expand, let's be real here. I mean, I did say that I wanted to see more from Expand, and this might be the start of that. 12 eliminations showing us that they can play aggressively as they want. I think back in the day when it was just MCPS, Expand was completely dominating. They were very, very at the top when it comes to Malaysia, Cambodia, and Philippines. Now for this time around, coming into a bigger map pool or the bigger region, they're also showing us that they can compete with the pacey coming in from Indonesia and Thailand. Now Bermuda United reaching that 200 plus points, but the fact is, even though it is day number 2, they are not too far away from Red Reverse, let's be real here. but it is still pretty much I would say a statement, because it's like over 30 points ahead of the rest. Kind of like having like one booyah plus a whole bunch of eliminations. Now another team that's gone up here will be C-Triple-G, Attack All Around, Onyx as well. We're seeing Indostars go up, X-Band as well. This is very exciting because the top side, or at the first page of the points, are starting to see a bigger shift, honestly.
And we have one more opportunity for a potential big shift as well in this final map. Our last opportunity for these teams to get their points and to solidify their position on that leaderboard. For the teams at the bottom, you've got to get those points. You have to get into top 12 to consider yourself safe for this week. We emphasize this because the longer you the longer you delay this, the longer you wait to get those points and you sit in that bottom 6, you are going to slowly be pushed further and further down up until there is a point of no return for these bottom tier teams, like these teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? You go too far down, it's going to take you weeks to make that climb back, and it's going to be weeks of you overperforming. And that's, for some teams, that is already going to be a big ask if you are currently sitting at the bottom 6. So for everyone that is competing, pedal to the metal, get your points, get that top 12. Make sure you're going to be in that safe zone.
I'm really wondering though, like if these teams are trying out something new first in week number 1, because it's still very 6 long weeks. I mean, I hate it too, but at the same time, as much as we see different comps come through, they might be trying out new things. But let's see what we're gonna get it for the random map. And 1, 2, and 3. It is going to be
Oh, we've got Alpine. There are a few teams that are going to love this, and one of them is actually called Expand. And yes, I'm not talking about any of the teams at the top of the brackets. I'm talking about the teams in the middle, because they deserve to be mentioned as well. The teams in the middle, I think we've spoken so much for the teams that are at the top of the bracket. I want to focus our attention towards the bottom of the bracket, because that's where the action should be, right? Trying to make sure what is happening, who is competing for that 12th spot, who is close to hitting 12, and who could potentially drop out of that top 12, because it's still really close down there. All it takes for the teams down there is to get a booyah or to just have one good game.
Regardless, I think we're going to go straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The final map of the night, the final map of week 1. Let's see how people are going to be doing on Alpine.
I'm just so fatigued. Panadol, Tash, Panadol. Last one. Hang in there. It's Alpine time, and what is this flight path going to be? It looks like it's going to be a pretty generous one as well. So coming in from the bottom right-hand corner, going all the way up to Snowfall. So again, not a punishing flight path. I kind of, for these random maps, I think it sounds terrible because the players already have to deal with the fact that it's a random map. I would love to see some of these less forgiving flight paths, especially for like the last map of the day. Really challenge the players and really make them work for those points. Oh god, I think I'm a little bit too mean with this maybe. Alrighty. So it looks like we are going to be seeing multiple team skirmishes here, as we are seeing multiple hot drops happening across the map. We're going to be starting off here with Onyx, who are fighting God of Wolf and are able to get multiple knocks. They have lost Joel in the process. Kiba is still sticking around here, but God of Wolf not going to be too happy with their current positioning. Isa maybe coming in for that backstab, will be able to potentially go for a drop, trying to find Kiba, but Isa just unable to find that opening and runs right into Isa's bullets as well. Going to be taken down as well. And finally, for God of Wolf, we have Rip. This is going to be a tall task for this one man. He is able to get one knock for the team, but he will go down though. X-Roy having other plans. Death, in the meantime, though, was able to be brought back, but he's going to be all alone, I believe, and this might just be a little bit too much to ask for. X-Roy, though, the fact that Expand has one scout here that was able to secure a elimination for the team, this could be a bit of a turnaround here because we also have the Axel in the vicinity. So if X-Roy can set up for his teammate, we could be looking at a skirmish, but I think they're just thinking, okay, are we in the right position? X-Roy still sticking around. He does finally get taken down, and it's just the Axel. No other teammates are nearby. It looks like they are going to try and go for a knock here, but with 3 players going up against 1, I think this might just be another free elimination going in the way of the team. And yes, they will get it. Sure, the Axel is going to be brought back into the game, but you've basically fed away a number of eliminations basically for free and getting nothing in the process as well.
I think, excuse me, I think that's what's really interesting right now is the fact that a lot of teams are starting to really what you said earlier in the pre-show, put the pedal to the metal, excuse me, because it's the final map of the week and they want to be able to end the week with not only good placements but also in a way that they can put their mind at ease a little bit before they go into week number 2. Buriram United did pretty well today. They are a team that's so great at repositioning themselves. They're so great at picking a fight. And speaking of picking a fight, I think Funa has his mind, or rather his eyes, on Dewa United. They already picked the opening fire onto Dewa United. Beyond did take a little bit of damage, but nothing too much. But I'm not sure if he has any information of where the other members of Dewa United are going to be. Funa does get punished a little bit. A warning shot, if you may, but he hasn't started quite yet. Quickly drops down that glue wall just in case anyone is there to just jump shot him. Not quite happening quite yet. Quickly, Ice comes down, and beautifully done, beautifully timed with him and his teammate. 2 members of Dewa United eliminated.
Just going in for a wonderful team play. Looks like Todak, though, has run into C-Triple-G, and if you're Todak, this is not going to be a very happy player at all. Zen going to try and go for the play, but actually managing to catch out on fire there. Great way to clip him through the door. And looks like they are going to have to try and go for a little bit of a recoup here. Peter going for the heal. Actually try to go through the portal, going down onto the ground floor instead. One more still staying on that high ground, and it looks like CosQ also getting caught out as well on fire, though. Is going to be there with the team. But Indostars, in the meantime, they're going for a skirmish of their own, trying to chase down WAG. And our first team to be eliminated is none other than God of Wolf. Unfortunately, unable to go for any kind of recovery. Now we are going to be seeing Indostars potentially losing Rats here, but actually they managed to catch out the Ghost. And Krillin, I think after seeing the information being relayed by his team, maybe thinking twice about possibly going into this. He's going to go to the other side of the building. Krillin going to use the vending machine, but has he given himself away to Liam? Liam has spotted him out, and they will be able to have reinforcements coming in from the indoors, and that's going to be Krillin taken out by Coachil.
This is a very interesting predicament. Okay, go ahead, Natalie.
Yep, on the low ground though, we are still seeing a battle here. Cyrus trying to go for Liam. We'll actually go for the melee play. And they will take him down eventually. Oh my goodness. They tried to go for the revive play, but I just think that the team stuck around for a little bit too long. Maybe they thought that they weren't able to get the escape at all. Again, we're seeing a lot of teams, they're just trying to use the revive system, but they're just feeding away all these eliminations in these little tiny skirmishes. And speaking of skirmishes, it hasn't ended so far, Tash, because we now see Flash running into Expand. Now, Expand are the ones that are currently occupying the compound the team is trying to run inside, as 2 of their players were on the outside. Flash is scouting around, playing on the edge. But how do they want to approach this fight? They're going to try and run into the Axel, who is going to try and meet his teammates within that compound. Are they going to go for a backstab? Are they regrouping? It looks like the team is maybe going to regroup, maybe try and surprise them as they come in through that front door. This is a bottleneck as well, and they do manage to catch out the Axel right off the bat there. And maybe this is going to be a mistake. Gabin going to be going down. Volley as well. Flash maybe eating a little bit too much for this. Maybe they took a big bite and they just thought that they could take it. But apparently they couldn't. And I think the Flash, they still have Artemis. But look at this. X-Roy outside looking to pick up his teammate. Same thing here with Artemis. Actually trying to go for a heal instead. So it seems like for Flash, they're going to try and go for the survival play. But this is going to be such a scary fight. We're going to switch on over to Evos instead, who are going for a fight up against Todak. And it looks like X-Roy was able to eliminate Shin on the other side of the map as well. These battles never ending. We are down to 34 players already, and the game has just basically started. It looks like the Flash was finally taken down, already eliminated, and now Turdak is in trouble because EVOS keeps picking their players off one by one by one.
Can you believe we're only about 6 minutes in and
I
only
can't.
toward the third, fourth circle, and we already lost so many teams so
lost
early?
Almost
Yeah.
20 players, I think.
Yeah, and it's actually insane because this map is, I wouldn't say it's the biggest map, but the amount of fights that's happening so early, I would expect this tempo to come from a map like Bermuda. Regardless, WAG, no eliminations, already been revived over and over again. They are a very slippery team. Regardless, EVOS now in trouble. Zen has his eyes on Aim God. Aim God has the high ground advantage. Zen quickly repositioning himself, understanding that he's in a very vulnerable position, playing underneath the pier and quickly moving away. He is in a sandwich. If EVOS does manage all four to come here, Zen could be in trouble. He's going to try and find a way to isolate these fights, wait inside, and manages to survive that. Waits too long. None of the shots are going to be happening. The cavalry has come. Zen is in trouble outside in the blue zone on top of the bullets. He's going to be pelted, and he will be taken down here by Zen. Ray going to be happy with another point in the bag.
Going to be looking at Onyx perspective here. Team currently sitting on 7 eliminations. You know what I want to see right now? We saw so many skirmishes. This is what I wanted to see. Team status. Look at the number of eliminations that has happened so far. Onyx is leading with 7. Indostars on 6. EVOS on 5. The Indonesian teams have just gone completely off the rails for this game. We're going to be seeing some more here as Onyx run into Expand, and they will be taking down Crime MKS in the process as well. The Indonesians are hungry for points. But I'm not going to get my hopes too high up because we've seen teams before, they have an explosive start, but they get a little bit too carried away with that momentum and they just get picked up during that mid-game. Going to be looking at attack all round here, picking up a free elimination of their own, and they are going to continue on with their looting game. CGGG, they've had 3 revives already. They've had a really, really tough early game. But they look like they are going to be able to finally stabilize as a team, just spreading out. Going to continue on trying to get their loot. Same thing here with Diwa as well. Full team of revives, looking a little bit light for their loot as well. Probably just trying to loot up as much as they can, avoiding as many teams as possible just so that they can somehow stabilize that mid game and have a chance of going into that late game. Because remember, folks, if you go into the late game under-equipped, you are probably going to be losing out to the majority of the teams who are not only snowballing, but are fully decked out in gear.
Dewa United trying their best to really clear out this area beneath them. The circle is not in their favor, but the terrain is, though. Gonna be hard to clear out EVOS from that, I would say, from that compound. But what they can do is maybe go for a longer rotation. They can just move over to the other side of the map. But the thing is, with that lack of information, that's where all that question marks come through. Should we take this fight? Or should we go and just take it up?
Wait.
Why is one member put out there? What is going on?
What is happening?
Traps, hello? Did you get lost there?
I think the team tried to make an escape and then they didn't realize that they were going to be flying into another team. I mean, for Traps to run into CGGG, I think that was probably the reason why the team tried to make that getaway. But oh my goodness, probably not the best place to escape. But I do still see another player from Turdak on the map. So they still have someone sticking around. But again, this team is in shambles. This late into the game and you're still reviving your teammates. You are going to be so under-equipped. Again, I hope they can somehow get the macro going because I'm just seeing Turdak players, their names are in red on that kill feed. And Dolphin going to be getting Crime MKS himself and also going to be getting the Axel from Indostars. Actually getting that elimination with 18 Dia and Expand have been eliminated from the competition. Down to 19 teams in the game. And we're going to be seeing our next circle here as unfortunately for Puna, just being lobbed with grenade after grenade after grenade. And now Warrior Ram, they're going to have to deal with the full force of Onyx. Now, the thing is, Joel is actually on the ground, won't be able to be picked up by his teammate at all. Instead, they're going to actually try and use a portal to get their team out of there. Jack is all alone, trying to get himself to the portal as well. They're going to try and provide some long-range support, but unfortunately for Jack, he just doesn't have enough cover to guarantee his escape. So Buriram Gonna be okay. Sure, they lost Puna, but very much, I'm 100% certain they will be buying him back into the game. So this is not an issue for this team at all. I don't know how you're going to recover if you're Onyx though, because this circle is starting to get really small, and especially with how small the circle is now, teams that come flying in with brand new players, they are basically going to be potentially feeding away those eliminations. You're going to be seeing EVOS here trying to fight up against C-Triple-G, who are going into this compound, forcing their way through. On Fire is in a different building. I think they actually overstayed their welcome, because EVOS managing to do critical damage, and actually I think the team's disengaged. I'm seeing 2 portals from either side. On Fire on one. The team is going down towards the south, and we had EVOS going in towards the north. On the rooftop, though, we have D.Va in this other compound. The teams are so split. Jeez. Absolute mayhem happening on the western side of the circle in Forest
Also,
Red.
3-4 teams here right now. One player is C-Triple-G already waiting at the vending machine. They were United already fighting 1-2 actually. But that's the beauty of having one person at the vending machine. Instantly dropped, instantly revived. That is actually kind of genius, but yeah, sure, why not? They were United already 6 in the bag, and it looks like they're gonna look to get into the circle and chase EVOS out of their area. And this ping-ponging circle is not doing anyone any favor. Yeah, EVOS left, and they have to cross the water in order to get to the other side as well. Not the biggest fan of this movement either, but Homer just gonna clear the area. I think Homer did find someone eventually, and now they are in trouble. They're gonna find the final member on the outside. Sam over already here, and now Beyond trying his best to take one out, and they're gonna go cause already out of the way, and the circle quickly just dwindling, eating out at HP. But the middle side of the circle is very interesting. One member from WAG, one member from Onyx, one member from C-Triple-G. What is going on? A mixed bag of people in the middle side. No clue if they want to cross into the other side of the stream or
but
here.
Look at where Buriram is. They are right next to EVOS. Oh gosh, and Puna. Puna is going to provide so much valuable intel for the team. I would not be surprised if they actually decide to run into this in there. Looks like that's going to be the plan here for Buriram, wanting to storm the building. I hope EVOS is ready for this. Grenades would be massive. They tried to use the shotguns, but actually Puna, first one to go down in that battle as well. But hang on a minute though. Has this been a mistake here for Buriram? We're going to be seeing C-Triple-G being eliminated on the other side of the map as the skirmish continues to happen. So far, still seems to be a 3 versus 3. No more players are dropping down. Grenades are being deployed here by Buriram, but they just can't penetrate the compound that EVOS are currently occupying. And look at the other side of the map. We're actually seeing a third party happening by D.Va. They are pressuring Buriram. Buriram just don't have the opening to be able to freely go into EVOS, but they do manage to get it down here. Arbax is down. They finally managed to flush out EVOS. Buriram getting what they wanted. They might be losing these eliminations because the tackle round are snatching away these elims as well. EVOS do finally go down, but at the end of the day, Buriram, they didn't even get the majority of those elims. All they got was the compound, and it's not even inside the circle. WAG have an amazing compound. Indo Stars gonna try and compete with WAG for this compound as well. Are they gonna be able to get it though? Do they have what they're looking for here?
This is going to be really interesting. WAG in the inside of the compound. They're completely stuck. They can't go outside. You can see more utility dumps coming in through. Krillin eating up the damage. He's going to try and go outside. As soon as they step out, they're going to go straight into the arms of Dewa United. They have to be careful. Shots come out here from Dewa, but now they're also getting chucked out on the other side from another team that's always going to be Star.
They're still going though. A lot of teams trying to occupy this southern compound. Up top though, we do have a tackle round, and Buriram trying to battle it out right in the open. I have to say, these two teams incredibly ballsy, but also burning through a lot of their utilities, all of these blue walls, just so that they can try and eliminate the other. Jonah's on the ground. Team won't pick him up. Wasana going to be caught by Poongod as well. I think this might just be at the end here for Buriram.
This is such an open area.
It's all down to Moshi.
Moshi's so low.
I don't know if this man's going to be able to do anything. He gets ticked down. Poongod catches him. Buriram out in 5th place. And we are down to our final circle here, Tash. We have 4 teams remaining. WAG all in a compound, all together, ready to go. Attack all round, also in a fantastic position as well. Dewa hiding around the edge. Sam 13. This man, he's going to have to do the best that he can. He is the last man standing. I don't know if he's going to be able to pull off a miracle.
I think he can just be the kingmaker.
I think I think Attack All Round might be the ones to crush his dreams. Poon God slowly whittling away at that glue wall. This circle is going to have to start moving now.
What a shot.
Team wipe. Sam goes out. That's going to be it. Final 3 teams here, Tash. 11 players remaining. 3 teams to go. Final booyah of the day. Let's see who's going to be getting these points. Who's going to be going up on that leaderboard. And who may actually get some game-changing points to end the week for week 1 of these knockouts. So far, it seems to be Attack All Round incredibly close to WAG, but I have to say Indostar's playing really brave as well. Playing so close to the enemy, are going to be rushing him towards the southern side, and Attack All Round. Kororo going to be caught by Raz. That's going to be a big play. WAG though in a very open position, not being focused at all. Indostar's actually
What the
trying
heck
to
is
eliminate
that?
Attack All Round instead. Looks like Ghost able to eliminate Raz as well. WAG are being completely ignored. Indostars, they wanted Attack All Round instead, and they're going to be losing so many players in the process. WAG still sitting on 4 players, not pressured at all. Dolphin will finally go down, now down to 3 players. The players are trying to play with all their glue walls, but look at how much space there is left. We might be seeing some cheeky plays, maybe using glue walls to try and eliminate players. Ghost is going to go down for WAG as well. Krillin, he might have to be the one to save the game for his team because they're starting to lose a lot of space here. 3 players remaining, 1 more to go. Can they get him? WAG is going to be down to Krillin. He gets Poon God. Is this going to be enough here, Tash? I think this might just be it. They get the booyah. Oh my gosh, what a play going into that final circle. WAG, this was a team that has been waiting in the wings to get a boatload of points, and I think especially with their performance today, they have to be so happy for themselves, especially to secure that final booyah to end the last game for this week.
Hashtag Vietnam Rising, perhaps, because this is a great start for them, honestly. I was just
country power.
Exactly, home country buff. I was just saying today how I wanted to see more from the Malaysian team. We saw Expand rise up. I said we wanted to see more from the Vietnamese team. A booyah from the Vietnamese team. I think this is really amazing because WAG has been very proactive. Yes, it feels like they didn't have the recipe in the earlier games. They couldn't really figure out how exactly to take these fights. And, you know, but the thing is, they don't see, they're like, okay, let's just try again. The same strat, try again. The same strat, try again. And I think in that situation as well, they were very patient. They were inside their compound. They made sure that no one could actually get in there. And because the Indonesian Indostars were actually on the outside, they were forced to take a fight from the enemy team on the other side of the circle. A lot of util, a lot of damage was already put onto them, and they were slowly dwindled down. And then because the other side of the circle had two teams fighting, all he had to do was just wait. They were being disregarded, and on top of that, they also had the high ground advantage. So it was just honestly the best conditions that WAG could have to win that booyah for the last match of the night.
WAG gonna be ending the week as winners. Man, I feel like it has to be so good to be able to end the week on an emotional high, because this is something that I think will carry them into the next week. And if anything, I think WAG, we really need to watch out for them, because over the course of 2 days, we have seen them really grow and develop as a team, and they're really starting to show some beautiful colors in their gameplay. But we have to talk about what happened in this game, because I have to say this was such an action-packed game. Like, we saw so many players being eliminated in the first 5 minutes. Like, it was just non-stop action all across the map, and I think players and teams are starting to realize the importance of being the ones to initiate this early game aggression, catch people off guard. It was huge.
Look at that, how they are really being very, I would say, very good at with using those little opportunistic areas. Because sometimes when you misplace one of those glue walls, you can actually take advantage of that, and that's exactly what they did. Now, Buriram United, I think this is a situation where they bit off more than they can chew, and also it's not exactly like a very easy circle. We were just talking about why this circle is hard, because some teams like Dewa United thought that, okay, the circle might ping pong over to the other side, to the smaller island. That didn't happen. happen. And because that didn't happen, they had to cross across the water. And when you're crossing across the water, you put yourself in such a very vulnerable position, unless of course you have a portal go as well. And I think in a lot of situations as well, you want to end the game with a lot of eliminations, which means that you want to take the route that's a little bit more aggressive. Some teams like WAG played it very smart. They were going off pickoffs. They were waiting for the right time for them to really just come into the circle, come into the fights. And then I think that WAG, because they were so smart, they didn't go into the fight so very early. They were able to take advantage and just third party till the end. But in this situation, I have to say that this might just be one of those situations where it was a very tough circle. It was a very hard, I think, situation where everyone was trying to rotate, and maybe even it might be an overheat from Bermuda. Regardless, let's have a look at what WAG has to say in this interview with our host, and it's going to be very exciting to see what they have to say for the last game of the week.
Hello everybody, welcome to our interview after the match with me, MC Yuzu, and right next to me is Wack the Ghost. Xin chào tất cả các bạn đã đến với chuyên mục phỏng vấn tuyển thủ sau trận đấu. Mình là MC Yuzu và bên cạnh mình đây là Wack the Ghost. Thì không biết là Wack có thể chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Mình xin chào tất cả các bạn đang theo dõi qua truyền hình.
Hello everybody, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. So, we have been through 3 days of the tournaments. What is your feeling right now? Thì mình đã trải qua 3 ngày thi đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cái cảm xúc hiện tại của mình cũng như là tâm trạng của Man hiện tại đang như thế nào ạ?
Bọn em đang còn cảm thấy hơi khá ngợp với giải lần này, tại vì trải qua một thời gian khá lâu bọn em không thi đấu, thì em nghĩ là bọn em cần thời gian để bắt nhịp dần với giải đấu.
For the Ghost, he feels like it has been such a long time they haven't jump right into a tournament to play, especially like an international tournament like this. But overall, everything is pretty okay, and they're catching up with the vibes right now. So he thinks that he will do better next time. Vậy thì tiếp theo thì không biết là The Ghost đang có đánh giá như thế nào về cái phong độ của đội tuyển mình cũng như là về khu vực Việt Nam ạ?
Theo em thì khu vực Việt Nam đang bị khá ép so với các khu vực khác, tại vì Việt Nam đang chưa bắt kịp được meta này nhiều so với 3 khu vực còn lại. Thì em nghĩ là năm đội tuyển Việt Nam cần cố gắng nhiều hơn.
For the questions, how does he feel like about his performance of the team, but also for overall all of the Vietnamese team? For the Ghost, he thinks like all of the Vietnamese team, including Walking Among Gods, they feel like they haven't catch up the meta of the game currently, for sparing for other region. And he thinks like his team and other Vietnamese team needs more tactics and needs more practice so they can catch up with the meta right now, so they can play easier in the match. Vậy thì tiếp theo thì không biết là hiện tại The Ghost đã có cái chiến thuật gì tiếp theo chưa, hay là chắc là bây giờ các bạn cũng đã bắt nhịp được rồi, thì không biết là các bạn có chiến thuật gì tiếp theo cũng như là để chuẩn bị sẵn sàng hơn cho cái trận đấu tiếp theo ạ?
Bọn em nghĩ cần luyện tập nhiều hơn và theo dõi tình hình đối thủ nhiều hơn để có thể bắt nhịp được tuần thi đấu thứ hai nhanh chóng hơn so với tuần 1.
So currently it's the end of our first week of the tournaments. The Ghost, he feels like his team needs to practice a lot more and having planned more tactics and catch other players of the teams, like especially in Thailand. He feels like he needs to watch a lot of movements and also like the play scene of the other team so they can more practice and be more perfect. Vậy thì chúng mình đã có một cái khoảng thời gian thi đấu cũng rất là khó nhằn rồi, và cũng rất là vui là chúng ta hôm nay đã có một cái chiếc Booyah rất là xứng đáng dành cho Walking Among Gods. Thì The Ghost có lời gì muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là về những người bạn tinh thần của chúng mình không ạ?
Thì vẫn là câu nói cũ hơn, nếu các bạn theo dõi WG thì WG sẽ không làm các bạn thất vọng, thì bọn em sẽ luôn không ngừng cố gắng để cải thiện tình hình tem nhiều hơn trong tuần tới. Cảm ơn các bạn đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ ở bên cạnh tụi mình.
For the Ghost, it is a blessing that he feels like he having his fan and his viewer always following Walking Among Gods and giving them such a support so they can move further and also they can play their best, because he knows that he always have you guys behind his back. So in the next week of the tournament, like the Ghost and his team will try their best to giving you guys more booyah. Then this is the end of our interview. So thank you a lot and good night. Thank you for watching our games today, and I hope I can see you guys next week again. Bye bye.
You know, I like to say that only the most aware teams are the teams that are going to be very, very quick to learn. And I think it's definitely going to be the Vietnamese region. I think they are very, very aware that in terms of, excuse me, a meta style of play, they're not up there quite yet compared to Indonesia, compared to Thailand. And I think that's also probably the reason why WAG has been kind of like swapping around with different comps and styles of play, because they're trying to understand what works for them. Because again, with the, I would say, introductions of, let's say, the Portal Go, I didn't think I saw Portal Go's being used to by the Vietnamese teams as much as we saw from the Thai teams as well as the Indonesian teams. And
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, because when you think about it, like say Krillin right now, A124 is definitely something that I think works out in his favor alongside this, alongside his pet, because A124 disables all of the utility, and I think alongside this pet also gives him a little bit of a range when it comes to the throw of the grenades. Now, I think why this is a good thing is because when you manage to stop the utility and you are able to create the opening with the utility with the grenades, this provides some extra play or cover by his teammates. I don't think it's very orthodox seeing this combination, but they're trying to see what works for them. Now, coming in here, they have 2 A124s and 2 Tatsuyas. I think we've seen some a lot of different combinations coming through. Like I think we've seen 4 Tatsuyas, 1 Homer, 1 A124, 2 Tatsuyas. We've seen 3 Tatsuyas and 1 Homer. I think this is definitely something, a beginning of their theory crafting, I have to say. And I think it's also very exciting, the fact that they can look at the other regions and say, okay, they might not have the answer yet as to why these regions use what they want, but because again, these comps really rely on how your team decides to work. Yes, meta is important, but if you're not able to execute the metas properly based on your team's playstyle, what's the point?
Yeah, and I think the next week is going to be really important for not just the Vietnamese teams, but basically all the teams competing too, because they'll have that week to cook up new ideas, and I think most importantly, to basically gather all their information from their games that they played this weekend and sort of formulate their next plan going into that next weekend. What are the most important things that the successful teams are currently using, right? Like, what are they focusing when it comes to utilities? What are they focusing on when it comes to guns? What are they doing with their overall playstyle that is giving them that level of success? And I think the most obvious one for us that we saw was just that heightened level of aggression from the teams that have been showing a lot of success. Aggression, I think that's something to definitely take a look at. I think the Vietnamese teams, I think especially during the Vietnam interview, I mean, like, it was the first thing that you mentioned, the fact that the Vietnam teams, they kind of understand that they're behind because they aren't on the same level as the other two regions. So I'm kind of wondering what their approach is going to be when they do their research. Like,
I think it's going to be theory crafting. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of theory crafting, because again,
inspiration as well.
Yeah, inspiration as well, because I think that's what's great about this 6-week tournament. You have a lot of time in between the weekends to scrim, to just theory craft, to really see what works and what doesn't, to have a look at your VODs again and think, okay, this is our playstyle, but does this meta work with our playstyle? Which character works well with which ability works well with what we want to do. And that's also very, very important here, because I think that a lot of the abilities that's currently in meta wasn't fully being used by the Vietnamese teams. And I think this is great because, like, again, while you are afraid that you might be behind, they are still seeing some level of success already on week 1 just by seeing how the other teams play. And I think it's also good because previously when the regions were very separated, it was hard to get a situation where you get to learn from other teams very, very soon because it's so separated. But now when FFWS Southeast Asia is here, where you have more opportunity to scrim and play against each other, now is the time for you to do so. Now, Attack All Around will be the one taking up first place this time around with 23 points with the 14 eliminations. I don't think this meta of playing aggressive and picking off players anytime soon immediately as they go for the revive is going to change. We're going to be seeing it still being used by the Thai teams all around. Indo Stars, this is one of their best matches, 12 eliminations, and WAG WAG, despite their Booyah getting third place with only 6 eliminations. Now, I think because of this WAG, because of their, I will say, the meta, their comp, or because they're not being able to see success in terms of their firepower, because they're not seeing that right combination used quite yet, is not translating into eliminations. Because even then, look at Buriram United. They have 11 eliminations. Onyx, despite getting knocked off so early, already had 10 eliminations in the bag. That's some insane levels of aggression coming through, despite only getting 3 points for their placement points.
All right, overall standings to end our first week of knockout games. Buriram United sitting in first place with a whopping 244 points. Next up, we have Reverse Red, 195. We thought Reverse Red was the team to beat. It's still going to be Buriram United. The Goliaths are here to stay. They're sitting on the throne and they are waiting to see if anyone can contest them. CGGG, fantastic week of play for this team as well. Sitting in third place, just a few points over Stalwart Gaming. Going to be very happy with their position. And even Attack All Round overtook RRQ. All the Thai teams knocking the Indonesian teams down a peg, unfortunately, with RRQ, Onyx, Indostars and EVOS, all 4 teams occupying 6th to 9th place. Down towards the bottom of the bracket though, we got to talk about the teams at the bottom. Actually, we're going to skip on past that because, we don't have the graphic anymore. Next week, these are the teams, so these are the players to watch out for. Wasana, 57 eliminations, Tash. 57. This man worked this week, and I think this is definitely someone to keep an eye out for next week's games. Next up, we have Diamond from Reverse Red, followed by Bruna, Cypher, and Sming. A lot of our top competing teams here, a lot of our top performing players. Definitely players to keep an eye out for. Very much game-changing players for their respective teams. Tash, I think we're going to have to round things out very, very soon. Do you think we're going to be seeing a new MVP? Oh, well, it's here anyway. And actually, Moshi.
2 MVPs already. I mean, again, we saw Diamond, we saw one more, we saw Moshi with 2 each. I think for Diamond and one more are 2 players I've already highlighted anyway the last 3 days. I think every single day Diamond and one more has been talked about a lot. I haven't really talked more about Moshi. Now, Moshi and Wasana are very interesting because Moshi, I think, is a very fluid player. And I think that it's like Wasana, you see him doing one singular role, which is being as aggressive as he can and be as annoying as he can in terms of taking out space.
I mean, he does roll so good.
He does. But like for Moshi, because he's so adaptive at changing up his role, knowing when to go aggressive and when to go a little bit more defensive, it makes him for a very, very scary player to work off for. Regardless, that is the end for tonight for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. We'll see you guys next week for more Free Fire coming right at you. Good night, everyone. See you next week.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?